Most people do not realize how much stress their body is carrying until the body finally begins to break under the weight of it. The tight chest, the restless sleep, the heavy breathing, the racing thoughts that refuse to slow down even when the day is over, and the strange feeling that even during moments of silence, your nervous system still feels like it's running from something invisible. Not because you are broken, but because your body was never designed to live in constant survival mode. We live in a world that rewards tension, a world that teaches people how to stay busy, but never teaches them how to feel safe inside themselves. So the body learns to stay alert, the mind learns to expect pressure, and slowly, stress stops feeling temporary. It becomes a personality, a lifestyle, a permanent state of inner tightness. But deep beneath all that exhaustion, your body is asking for something simple. Not more stimulation, not more noise, not another distraction. It is asking for release, for slowness, for permission to finally unclench. The Stoics understood something most people spend their whole lives missing. The body suffers when the mind never stops resisting life, when every thought becomes a battle, when every problem becomes a threat. They believed peace begins the moment you stop feeding chaos with your attention, the moment you stop fighting every emotion and start observing it with calm awareness. Tonight, this reset is not about escaping your life. It is about teaching your nervous system that it no longer has to carry the entire world alone. 4 hours to slowly drain the stress from your body. 4 hours to quiet the pressure living inside your chest. 4 hours to release the emotional weight your mind was never meant to hold forever. And maybe, for the first time in a very long time, your body can finally remember what peace feels like. But before the body can fully relax, something deeper has to be understood first. Most people are not exhausted because they are doing too much physically. They are exhausted because their mind never truly powers down. Even during quiet moments, something inside them is still scanning, anticipating, preparing, worrying, calculating. The body sits still, but the nervous system keeps running. And over time, that constant inner alertness quietly steals a person's peace without them even realizing it. There are people who have not felt completely relaxed in years, not because danger is always around them, but because their nervous system has forgotten how to feel safe. Their mind wakes up already tense, their chest tightens before the day even begins. Even while resting, there is a subtle pressure underneath everything, as if the body is waiting for the next problem to arrive. This is what happens when a person spends too long being psychologically on. The mind becomes a guard that never sleeps. Many people think stress only comes from major tragedies or dramatic life events. But the nervous system is often damaged more slowly than that. It is damaged by constant mental pressure, endless notifications, emotional tension, unresolved worries, trying to keep everyone happy, trying to stay ahead, trying to control outcomes, trying to avoid failure. The body absorbs all of it quietly. At first, the mind adapts. Human beings are incredibly good at surviving. That is why people can function while carrying enormous emotional weight. They still go to work, still answer messages, still smile in conversations, still handle responsibilities. But survival and peace are not the same thing. A person can appear calm on the outside, while their nervous system is drowning internally. The Stoics understood that the mind becomes dangerous when it never stops reacting. Marcus Aurelius wrote often about the importance of returning to stillness instead of allowing external events to control inner stability. He understood something modern people often forget. Not every thought deserves attention. But today, attention is constantly under attack. Most people wake up and immediately flood their nervous system with stimulation. The phone lights up. The brain starts comparing. News creates fear, messages create pressure, responsibilities begin stacking before the body has even fully awakened. And because this becomes normal, people stop noticing how unnatural it actually feels. The nervous system was not designed to absorb endless stimulation without recovery. When the body stays in a prolonged state of alertness, stress hormones continue flowing through the system. Muscles remain slightly tense, breathing becomes shallow, sleep becomes lighter. The mind becomes impatient and reactive. Small inconveniences suddenly feel emotionally overwhelming because the nervous system no longer has reserve energy left. This is why some people feel irritated by tiny things they once ignored easily. A delayed text message, a small disagreement, a loud sound, another responsibility added to the day. Their reaction is not weakness, it is accumulated exhaustion. The body eventually reaches a point where it cannot distinguish between real danger and imagined pressure. Everything begins to feel urgent. Everything feels emotionally loud. And one of the most painful parts is that many people become addicted to this state without realizing it. Stillness begins to feel uncomfortable. Silence feels strange. Rest creates guilt. If nothing is happening, the mind immediately searches for another problem to solve. Many people no longer know how to exist without mental stimulation because stress has become tied to identity. They only feel valuable when overwhelmed. The Stoics warned against becoming enslaved by constant mental disturbance. Epictetus taught that peace begins when a person learns the difference between what they can control and what they cannot. But modern minds try to control everything: other people's opinions, future outcomes, every possible mistake, every uncertainty, and the nervous system pays the price for that impossible burden. There are people whose bodies have been carrying stress for so long that calmness almost feels suspicious to them. When life becomes quiet, they expect something bad to happen. Their nervous system has learned to associate peace with vulnerability. So they stay mentally active at all times, believing constant alertness will somehow protect them from pain. But the opposite happens. The more hyper-alert the mind becomes, the more fragile the nervous system grows. True strength is not found in permanent tension. Real strength is the ability to remain internally steady without needing to control every moment of life. That kind of calm changes the body itself. Breathing deepens, muscles soften, sleep improves, thoughts slow down, emotional reactions lose intensity. The body begins repairing itself because it no longer believes it is trapped inside danger every second of the day. And this healing does not happen through force. You cannot bully the nervous system into peace. You cannot shame yourself into calmness. The more aggressively people try to fix themselves, the more pressure they create internally. The nervous system heals through safety, through slowness, through silence, through moments where the body finally realizes it does not need to prepare for battle anymore. That is why learning to pause is not laziness. Rest is not weakness. Slowing down is not failure. Sometimes the most productive thing a human being can do is teach their body that survival mode is no longer necessary. Because a mind that never rests eventually loses the ability to feel alive. And little by little, the person stops living life and starts merely managing stress. But sometimes the nervous system is not exhausted because of everything happening today. Sometimes it is exhausted because of something that never fully ended yesterday. A conversation that was never resolved, words that were swallowed instead of spoken, tension that remained hanging in the air long after two people walked away from each other, and even though life continued on the outside. Something inside the body stayed emotionally frozen in that unfinished moment. There are conversations the mind leaves behind, but the nervous system does not. A person can spend years replaying a single interaction without realizing how deeply it still lives inside them. An argument that ended in silence, a goodbye without closure, a painful misunderstanding, a betrayal that was never acknowledged, a sentence someone spoke carelessly that quietly changed how you see yourself forever. Most people think stress only comes from current pressure, but unresolved emotional tension often becomes a hidden weight carried deep inside the body for years. The mind tries to move forward logically, but the nervous system does not work through logic alone. It works through emotional completion. When emotions are interrupted, suppressed, or ignored, the body often stays trapped in a low-level state of survival. This is why certain memories still create physical reactions long after the event has passed. The chest tightens, the stomach sinks, the jaw clenches, breathing changes. The body reacts as if the emotional danger is still happening now. That is because unresolved conversations create invisible loops inside the nervous system. Part of the mind keeps searching for resolution that never arrived. Part of the body keeps waiting for safety that never came. And over time, these unfinished emotional experiences accumulate quietly. A person may appear emotionally functional while internally carrying dozens of unresolved tensions. Conversations they wish went differently, things they never got to explain, apologies they never received, feelings they were taught to suppress because expressing them felt unsafe. Many people were never allowed to process emotions honestly growing up. They learned to stay quiet to avoid conflict, to pretend everything was fine, to ignore hurt feelings, to move on quickly. But ignored emotions do not disappear. They simply move deeper into the nervous system. The Stoics believed emotional mastery did not come from suppression. It came from awareness, from observing emotions clearly instead of becoming consumed by them. But many modern people confuse emotional numbness with strength. Real emotional tension often hides beneath calm appearances. Some people carry unresolved anger so long that their body forgets what softness feels like. Others carry guilt that quietly drains their energy every day. Some carry grief that never fully found expression because life forced them to continue functioning before they were emotionally ready. And the nervous system remembers all of it. This is why certain people feel exhausted after speaking to specific individuals. The body remembers emotional history faster than the conscious mind does. Even if someone says they are over it, the nervous system may still react defensively around unresolved emotional pain. There are conversations that never officially ended, yet the body continues responding to them years later. A father who never expressed love, a friendship that disappeared without explanation, a relationship that ended without honesty, a moment of humiliation nobody else remembers. The nervous system stores emotional incompleteness because human beings are wired for connection and emotional resolution. When emotional tension remains open, the body often stays partially alert, scanning for protection against future emotional pain. This is one reason people become emotionally hypervigilant in relationships. They overanalyze tone changes. They fear abandonment quickly. They prepare for rejection before it even happens, not because they are irrational, but because unresolved emotional wounds taught the nervous system that connection can suddenly become dangerous. And when emotional stress remains trapped long enough, it begins shaping personality itself. Some people become emotionally distant. Some become overly accommodating. Some avoid difficult conversations completely. Others become defensive before anyone even attacks them. These behaviors are often survival responses created by unresolved emotional experiences the body never fully processed. The Stoic philosophers often spoke about the importance of examining the inner world honestly. Marcus Aurelius believed peace required self-awareness because ignored emotional chaos eventually controls the mind from the shadows. And this is exactly what unresolved conversations do. They create hidden emotional noise. Even during quiet moments, the nervous system continues carrying invisible tension from things left emotionally unfinished. This is why some people struggle to relax fully at night. The body becomes still, but unresolved emotions become louder in silence. Thoughts replay conversations repeatedly because the nervous system keeps searching for a different ending. But healing does not always require reopening every old wound. Sometimes healing begins with acceptance. Accepting that some people will never explain themselves properly. Some apologies will never arrive. Some misunderstandings will remain misunderstood. Some endings will never feel satisfying. And painful as that sounds, the nervous system begins calming the moment a person stops waiting for emotional closure from people incapable of giving it. Because true closure is not always found in another conversation. Sometimes it is found in releasing the hope that the past can be emotionally rewritten. That release changes the body. The shoulders soften. The mind stops rehearsing imaginary conversations. Emotional energy slowly returns. The nervous system no longer spends every day unconsciously fighting battles that already ended. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of inner peace the Stoics understood. Not controlling what happened, not forcing resolution, not demanding fairness from life, but learning how to carry unresolved experiences without allowing them to poison the nervous system forever. Because eventually, healing means allowing the body to leave emotional survival mode, even when the past never gave you the perfect ending you once hoped for. But even after unresolved conversations begin loosening their grip on the nervous system, there is another kind of pain that lingers even deeper inside the body. The kind created by betrayal. Not just heartbreak, but the shock of discovering that someone you trusted could suddenly become the source of your emotional pain. Few things exhaust the nervous system more than realizing the place you once felt emotionally safe became the very thing your body now fears. And long after the betrayal ends, the body often continues living as if danger is still nearby. There are wounds that do not bleed openly, yet they drain enormous amounts of energy from the nervous system every single day. Emotional betrayal is one of them. It changes how a person thinks, how they sleep, how they trust, how they relax, and sometimes even how they see themselves. Because betrayal does not only break trust in another person, it quietly damages trust in your own judgment. The mind begins replaying memories repeatedly, searching for clues it missed. People ask themselves painful questions over and over again. How did I not see it? Was any of it real? What else was a lie? The nervous system becomes trapped between grief and hypervigilance, trying to protect itself from future emotional harm. And this is why the body struggles to fully rest afterward. Part of the nervous system becomes permanently alert, scanning for signs that pain could happen again. A delayed reply suddenly feels threatening. A change in tone creates anxiety. Distance feels suspicious. Silence feels heavy. The body starts preparing for abandonment before abandonment even exists. This is not weakness. It is what happens when emotional safety collapses unexpectedly. The nervous system remembers emotional danger the same way it remembers physical danger. Many people underestimate how deeply betrayal affects the body because emotional injuries cannot always be seen externally. But invisible emotional exhaustion is real. Some people continue functioning normally while internally carrying constant fatigue, emotional numbness, distrust, and mental overactivity. They wake up tired even after sleeping. They struggle to feel emotionally present. They become easily overwhelmed. They lose interest in things that once brought joy. And often they blame themselves for not moving on faster. But betrayal changes the nervous system slowly. The Stoics understood that suffering becomes heavier when the mind keeps resisting reality. Epictetus taught that pain itself is difficult, but the constant mental replaying of pain creates even deeper suffering. And after betrayal, many people unknowingly keep reopening the wound internally every day. The body never fully exits survival mode because the mind keeps reliving the emotional injury. This is why some people become emotionally exhausted years after the betrayal itself ended. They may no longer speak to the person. Life may have moved forward externally, but internally the nervous system is still carrying emotional shock that was never fully processed. There is also a silent loneliness that betrayal creates, not only because trust was broken, but because betrayal often makes people feel emotionally unsafe around others afterward. They stop relaxing fully around people. They stop expressing vulnerability naturally. Part of them remains guarded at all times, and constant emotional guarding consumes enormous nervous system energy. Some people become suspicious of kindness. Others fear emotional closeness. Some avoid attachment completely, because distance feels safer than disappointment. The body adapts to protection mode so strongly that peace itself begins feeling unfamiliar. This is why emotional betrayal can quietly disconnect people from their own softness. They stop feeling emotionally open. They become more cynical, less trusting, more emotionally controlled. Not because they enjoy living that way, but because the nervous system believes constant caution is necessary for survival. But over time, emotional armor becomes heavy, very heavy. The Stoics believed inner peace required separating other people's actions from your own inner stability. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that other people act according to their own level of awareness, wisdom, or confusion. Their behavior reflects their character, not your worth. This understanding becomes deeply important after betrayal, because many people secretly carry shame after being hurt. They feel foolish for trusting, weak for caring, embarrassed for believing someone's words. But betrayal says more about the person who betrayed than the person who loved sincerely. The nervous system begins healing the moment self-blame starts dissolving. Not every betrayal could have been predicted. Not every lie was obvious. Not every ending was your failure. Sometimes human beings simply choose actions that create pain, and healing begins when the body no longer treats the betrayal as proof that you must remain emotionally armed forever. Real recovery is slow because the nervous system heals through repeated experiences of safety, not through forced positivity. You cannot pressure yourself into trusting again instantly. You cannot force emotional openness before the body feels secure enough to relax. Healing happens gradually, through small moments of emotional honesty, through people who feel calm instead of draining, through silence that no longer feels threatening, through learning that not everyone intends harm, and perhaps most importantly, through rebuilding trust with yourself again. Because after betrayal, many people stop listening to their own intuition. They second-guess everything. But nervous system recovery requires reconnecting with inner clarity instead of permanent fear. The Stoics did not teach people to avoid emotional pain completely. They taught people how to remain internally grounded despite it, to understand that painful experiences are part of life, but they do not have to become permanent prisons for the mind. Eventually, the body learns something new. Not everyone will betray you. Not every connection will end painfully. Not every moment of vulnerability leads to destruction. And little by little, the nervous system stops preparing for emotional war every second of the day. Because true healing after betrayal is not becoming colder. It is learning how to feel safe enough to become soft again without losing your inner strength. But even after betrayal fades into memory, Many nervous systems never fully return to peace. Because once the mind has been hurt enough times, it begins trying to protect itself by predicting pain before it arrives. And slowly, a person stops living in the present moment and starts living in anticipation. Anticipation can look responsible on the outside. Many people call it preparation, planning ahead, staying careful, being realistic. But underneath all of that, there is often a nervous system that no longer feels safe relaxing. The body becomes conditioned to expect disruption at any moment. A problem, a disappointment, a betrayal, bad news, conflict, loss. And because the mind believes constant anticipation will somehow reduce future pain, it keeps the nervous system permanently alert. This is one of the quietest forms of emotional exhaustion, because many people do not even realize they are doing it. They wake up immediately thinking about everything that could go wrong. They prepare emotionally for conversations before they happen. They rehearse worst-case scenarios constantly. They struggle to enjoy peaceful moments because part of them expects the peace to disappear. Even during happy experiences, there is often a hidden tension underneath them. The nervous system whispers, "Enjoy this now, because something bad is probably coming soon." That thought alone can drain enormous emotional energy from the body. The Stoics understood the danger of allowing imagined futures to dominate the mind. Seneca once wrote that human beings suffer more in imagination than in reality, and modern nervous systems prove this every single day. Many people are not exhausted by actual events. They are exhausted by mentally preparing for events that never even happen. The body reacts to anticipated danger almost the same way it reacts to real danger. Heart rate changes, muscles tighten, stress hormones rise, breathing becomes shallow. The nervous system cannot fully distinguish between a genuine threat and a vividly imagined one. This means a person can physically exhaust themselves simply by constantly expecting problems. And over time, anticipation becomes addictive. The mind starts believing that worrying equals safety, that staying mentally prepared will somehow prevent pain. But endless anticipation does not create peace. It creates chronic internal tension. The body never gets the message that it is safe to rest. Some people have lived in anticipation for so long that calmness feels irresponsible to them. If they stop worrying, they feel unprepared. If they relax, they feel vulnerable. Their nervous system equates tension with survival. This often begins early in life. Children raised in emotionally unstable environments quickly learn to anticipate emotional shifts. They monitor facial expressions, tone changes, silence, mood swings. They become emotionally alert because unpredictability trained their nervous system to stay prepared at all times. As adults, this survival pattern continues unconsciously. They overthink text messages. They fear unexpected calls. They assume silence means rejection. They expect conflict before conflict exists. Their body remains trapped in protective anticipation, even when no immediate danger is present. And eventually, anticipation steals the ability to fully experience life. Because the mind is always somewhere else, always preparing, always calculating, always scanning ahead. Very few people realize how much beauty they miss because their nervous system is too busy searching for future problems. A peaceful morning becomes interrupted by anxious thoughts about tomorrow. A good relationship becomes damaged by fear of losing it. Success becomes difficult to enjoy because the mind immediately searches for what could go wrong next. The body lives in constant emotional forecasting, but the future never truly arrives the way the nervous system predicts it. The Stoics practiced returning attention to the present moment because they understood that reality itself is usually more manageable than imagined catastrophe. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to deal with what exists now instead of mentally drowning in events that had not happened. This is difficult for anxious nervous systems because anticipation creates an illusion of control. People believe that if they mentally rehearse every possible outcome, they will suffer less later. But often, the opposite happens. They suffer repeatedly in advance for situations that may never occur at all. This creates a life where the nervous system rarely experiences genuine rest. The body stays partially contracted. The mind never fully unclenches. Even sleep becomes lighter because the nervous system remains emotionally on guard. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people become so used to anticipation that they mistake anxiety for personality. They call themselves just a worrier, just an overthinker, just someone who cares too much. But beneath those labels is often a nervous system that simply forgot how to trust the present moment. Healing begins when a person slowly realizes they cannot prepare their way out of uncertainty. Life will always contain unknowns. Unexpected events will still happen. Pain cannot be completely prevented through endless mental rehearsal. And once the body accepts this truth, something powerful begins changing internally. The nervous system stops wasting energy trying to predict every possible future. Breathing becomes softer. Thoughts slow down. The mind starts returning to what is actually happening instead of what might happen. This does not mean becoming careless. It means no longer sacrificing today's peace to control tomorrow's uncertainty, because anticipation is endless. There will always be another possible problem to fear, another future outcome to mentally prepare for, another uncertainty waiting to steal attention from the present moment. But peace begins when the nervous system understands that safety is not created through constant prediction. Sometimes safety is simply learning that you are strong enough to face life without mentally fighting tomorrow before it even arrives. And little by little, the body stops living ahead of itself. It returns here, to this breath, this moment, this quiet space where life is actually happening. And once the nervous system becomes trapped in anticipation, another burden often quietly follows behind it. The belief that you must hold everything together for everyone else, not just your own emotions, but theirs too, their stability, their problems, their moods, their comfort, their survival. And over time, a person slowly stops living as a human being with emotional needs and starts living like an emotional support system for everyone around them. Many people carry this role so naturally that they no longer notice how exhausting it truly is. They are the calm one during crises, the listener during emotional breakdowns, the responsible one who fixes problems quietly, the person who absorbs tension so others can feel comfortable. And while the world praises them for being strong, their nervous system slowly collapses under invisible emotional weight. Because emotional labor drains the body in ways most people never fully understand. There are people whose minds never rest because they are constantly monitoring everyone else emotionally. They pay attention to tone changes, emotional reactions, hidden tension, unspoken conflict, and subtle shifts in energy. Their nervous system becomes hyper-focused on maintaining emotional balance around them, and eventually they become emotionally exhausted without knowing why. The Stoics believed each person must learn to carry their own inner world with responsibility, but many people unconsciously take responsibility for emotions that do not belong to them. They try to rescue people from discomfort. They try to prevent disappointment. They try to manage everyone's emotional state. And because this role often develops slowly over years, they begin believing their worth depends on how much they can emotionally carry. This creates enormous nervous system pressure. The body never fully relaxes because part of the mind is always emotionally working. Even during rest, they think about who needs help, who might be upset, who they disappointed, who they should check on, who they need to fix things with. The nervous system becomes trapped in constant emotional responsibility. And unlike physical labor, emotional overfunctioning has no clear ending point. Physical work eventually stops. But emotional caretaking can continue endlessly inside the mind. Some people are carrying entire families emotionally without anyone realizing it. They are the emotional stabilizer everyone unconsciously depends on. They absorb conflict quietly. They suppress their own exhaustion to avoid burdening others. They keep functioning even when their body is begging for rest. And because they appear capable, people assume they are fine. But internally, the nervous system is overwhelmed. This kind of emotional overfunctioning often begins in childhood. Children raised around emotional instability quickly learn to become emotionally responsible too early. They monitor adult moods. They avoid creating problems. They become easy children, helpful children, mature children. But beneath that maturity is often a nervous system that learned safety comes from taking care of everyone else first. As adults, these people struggle to stop overcarrying emotionally because their body associates usefulness with survival. They feel guilty resting, guilty saying no, guilty disappointing people, guilty prioritizing themselves, so they continue giving emotional energy long after their nervous system has become depleted, and eventually the body begins reacting. Chronic fatigue, mental exhaustion, irritability, emotional numbness, sleep problems, brain fog, not because the person is lazy or weak, but because the nervous system was never designed to carry multiple people's emotional lives constantly. The body treats emotional overload as real stress, and perhaps one of the saddest parts is that overfunctioning often receives praise instead of concern. People admire the person who handles everything, the one who never complains, the one who sacrifices endlessly. But very few ask what it costs that person internally. Very few notice how disconnected they become from their own needs. Because when someone spends years emotionally focused outward, they slowly lose connection with themselves inward. The Stoics warned against becoming emotionally consumed by things outside your control. Epictetus taught that peace requires understanding where your responsibility ends. You can care about others deeply without carrying their entire emotional existence on your nervous system. That distinction changes everything. Because compassion and self-destruction are not the same thing. Many people confuse emotional exhaustion with love. But real love does not require abandoning yourself completely. Real care does not require constant self-sacrifice. The nervous system begins healing when a person understands they are allowed to stop emotionally overmanaging everyone around them. They are allowed to rest without earning it first. Allowed to disappoint people sometimes, allowed to stop solving problems that are not theirs to solve, allowed to let others experience emotions without rushing to rescue them from discomfort. This feels terrifying at first for over-functioning nervous systems because they fear losing connection if they stop carrying everyone emotionally. But slowly the body starts learning something new. You are not responsible for preventing every conflict. You are not responsible for fixing every emotional wound. You are not responsible for keeping everyone stable at the cost of your own nervous system. And as this understanding deepens, the body begins releasing tension it carried for years. The shoulders soften, the chest feels lighter, the mind becomes quieter, because the nervous system is no longer trying to emotionally supervise the entire world constantly. This is one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom. Not becoming cold, not becoming selfish, but finally realizing your humanity matters too. The The Stoics understood that inner peace requires balance. You can support others without drowning beside them. You can love people deeply without sacrificing your nervous system completely. And perhaps true strength is not found in carrying everyone endlessly. Perhaps true strength is learning when to finally put the emotional weight down. And after carrying emotional weight for so long, many people reach a strange and painful place they do not fully understand. They finally get a quiet moment, and instead of feeling peace, they feel discomfort. Silence feels unfamiliar. Stillness feels empty. Calmness feels suspicious. And without realizing it, the nervous system begins searching for noise again. Not because the person enjoys suffering, but because the body became so used to chaos that peace no longer feels normal. This is one of the deepest nervous system patterns modern people rarely recognize. Human beings can become psychologically addicted to emotional overstimulation. Not addicted to pain itself, but addicted to the emotional intensity they learned to survive inside. A nervous system exposed to constant stress for long periods adapts to functioning under pressure. The body becomes accustomed to high alertness, emotional urgency, constant distraction, and mental noise. Over time, this state starts feeling emotionally familiar. And the nervous system often mistakes familiarity for safety. This is why some people unconsciously recreate stressful environments again and again. They enter chaotic relationships, overfill their schedules, constantly consume stimulation, stay busy every second, overthink endlessly, start unnecessary conflict, chase emotional intensity. Because deep down, quietness feels emotionally unnatural to them. There are people who say they want peace, but the moment life becomes calm, they feel restless inside. They suddenly feel bored, uncomfortable, emotionally unsettled. The mind starts searching for something to worry about, something to fix, something to anticipate, something to stimulate the nervous system again. This happens because the body became conditioned to survival chemistry. Stress hormones flowed through the nervous system for so long that the absence of stimulation now feels emotionally strange. A calm environment can initially feel more uncomfortable than chaos because the body no longer knows how to exist without constant activation. The Stoics understood the danger of allowing external noise to dominate the inner world. Marcus Aurelius repeatedly practiced withdrawing attention away from chaos so the mind could return to clarity. But modern life constantly trains the opposite behavior. The nervous system is bombarded endlessly. Notifications, news, arguments, entertainment, pressure, comparison, endless information. Very few people experience true mental silence anymore. And because the brain rarely rests, overstimulation becomes normalized. Many people cannot sit quietly for even a few minutes without reaching for distraction. Not because they lack discipline, but because silence forces them to encounter thoughts and emotions they have spent years avoiding through stimulation. Peace becomes emotionally confronting. This is why overstimulated minds often feel anxious during stillness. When the noise stops, unresolved emotions finally become audible. The nervous system suddenly notices exhaustion that constant activity was hiding. Grief surfaces, loneliness surfaces, fear surfaces, emotional tension surfaces. And many people immediately return to distraction because the nervous system associates stillness with emotional exposure. Chaos becomes protective. Busyness becomes emotional anesthesia. The body stays overstimulated because slowing down would require feeling what has been emotionally buried underneath all the noise. This pattern slowly damages the nervous system. Overstimulated minds struggle to regulate emotions properly. Attention becomes fragmented. Sleep becomes lighter. Emotional patience weakens. Small inconveniences feel overwhelming because the nervous system rarely experiences true recovery. Even joy becomes harder to feel deeply, because overstimulation dulls emotional sensitivity. The body becomes so flooded with mental input that it loses connection to simple moments of presence. A quiet morning no longer feels enough. Silence no longer satisfies. The nervous system constantly craves another emotional spike. This is why some people unconsciously confuse peace with emptiness. Their nervous system became so dependent on emotional intensity that calmness feels emotionally flat at first. But calmness is not emptiness. It is unfamiliar safety. The Stoics believed peace was something the mind must practice tolerating. Inner stillness is not instantly comfortable for nervous systems conditioned by chaos. It takes time for the body to trust slowness again. Healing often begins with discomfort. The first quiet walk feels restless. The first moments without distraction feel strange. The first attempt at silence feels emotionally loud, because the nervous system is detoxing from overstimulation. And just like any addiction, withdrawal creates discomfort before recovery begins. Many people quit the healing process too early because they mistake this discomfort for failure. But the nervous system is simply relearning how to exist without constant emotional activation. Little by little, something begins changing. The body stops craving urgency constantly. Breathing slows naturally. Thoughts become less aggressive. Silence stops feeling threatening. The nervous system begins discovering a kind of energy that does not come from adrenaline. A calmer energy, a steadier energy, an energy rooted in presence instead of pressure. And eventually, the person realizes something deeply important. Chaos was never giving them life. It was draining it. The constant stimulation only distracted them from exhaustion temporarily. It never created genuine peace. Real peace feels quieter, softer, slower. At first, the overstimulated mind may resist it because the nervous system still expects emotional noise to survive. But over time, the body begins understanding something beautiful. You do not need constant chaos to feel alive. You do not need emotional intensity every moment. You do not need endless stimulation to escape yourself anymore. Sometimes the deepest healing happens when the nervous system finally stops chasing noise and slowly learns how to feel safe inside silence again. And once the nervous system becomes used to chaos, another exhausting habit often quietly develops beside it. The need to constantly explain yourself, to justify your decisions, your feelings, your boundaries, your silence, your choices, your pain, your personality, as if your existence must always be understandable to everyone in order to deserve peace. Many people do not realize how emotionally draining this becomes over time. They spend enormous amounts of nervous system energy trying to make themselves acceptable, understandable, and emotionally digestible for others. And slowly, the body becomes exhausted from constantly defending its right to exist the way it naturally does. There are people who explain themselves before anyone even questions them. They over-explain simple decisions, apologize for small needs, justify boundaries excessively, rehearse conversations in advance, mentally prepare arguments to defend choices nobody may even attack. Their nervous system lives in constant emotional anticipation because part of them believes misunderstanding equals danger. This pattern often begins much earlier in life than people realize. Children raised around criticism, emotional unpredictability, or controlling environments quickly learn that being misunderstood can lead to punishment, rejection, conflict, or emotional withdrawal. So they adapt by constantly explaining themselves in hopes of avoiding emotional pain. They become hyper-aware of how others perceive them, and over time, this survival strategy follows them into adulthood. The body never fully relaxes because the nervous system remains emotionally prepared to defend itself constantly. The Stoics deeply understood the power of silence. Not silence as avoidance, but silence as inner stability. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that not every opinion required a response. Not every misunderstanding required correction. Not every judgment deserved emotional energy. But modern nervous systems often feel trapped inside the opposite belief. They believe peace comes from finally being understood perfectly. So they keep explaining, hoping that one more sentence will create validation. One more clarification will create acceptance. One more emotional effort will prevent rejection. But the nervous system becomes exhausted trying to control how every person interprets you, because no amount of explanation can fully control another person's perception. Some people will misunderstand you no matter how carefully you speak. Some people will project their own pain onto your intentions. Some people only hear what confirms their existing beliefs. And once the nervous system finally accepts this truth, something inside the body begins loosening. The constant pressure to emotionally prove yourself starts fading. Because over-explaining is often rooted in fear. Fear of rejection, fear of abandonment, fear of conflict, fear of being seen as selfish, wrong, difficult, cold, emotional, weak, or unworthy. So people explain themselves endlessly trying to maintain emotional safety. But safety built on constant self-defense is fragile. The body stays tense because the nervous system never feels fully accepted as it naturally is. This creates invisible emotional fatigue. The mind becomes overloaded from constant internal rehearsing. People replay conversations repeatedly afterward, analyze how they sounded, worry about how they were perceived, mentally rewrite responses long after interactions end, and the nervous system quietly burns energy through endless emotional monitoring. Some people spend more time explaining themselves than actually living freely. They feel guilty for disappointing others, guilty for saying no, guilty for changing, guilty for needing space. So they try to soften every decision with excessive explanation, hoping it will make others more comfortable. But often, the more a person abandons their own clarity trying to protect everyone else's feelings, the more emotionally drained they become. The Stoics believed inner peace requires releasing attachment to external approval. Epictetus taught that peace becomes possible when a person stops handing emotional control to other people's opinions. This does not mean becoming cruel or emotionally disconnected. It means understanding that your nervous system cannot survive permanent self-justification. There is a deep exhaustion that comes from constantly shrinking, adjusting, explaining, and emotionally translating yourself for everyone around you. Eventually, the body begins craving something simpler: directness, honesty, quiet confidence, the kind of peace that no longer needs endless emotional permission from others. And this is where Stoic silence becomes healing. Not silence rooted in resentment, not emotional shutdown, but silence rooted in inner steadiness. The ability to let some misunderstandings exist without emotionally chasing correction. The ability to allow others to form opinions without feeling responsible for controlling every interpretation. The ability to say less because your nervous system no longer believes survival depends on convincing everyone. This kind of silence protects the body. The mind becomes quieter. Conversations feel lighter. Emotional energy stops leaking through endless over-explaining. And perhaps most importantly, the nervous system begins reconnecting with self-trust. Because constant self-explanation often disconnects people from their own inner certainty. They become so focused on external validation that they stop listening to themselves. Healing begins when the body realizes you are allowed to make decisions without writing an emotional defense case for them, allowed to rest without explaining your exhaustion, allowed to create boundaries without endless justification, allowed to outgrow people without needing universal understanding, allowed to choose peace even if others misinterpret it. This realization changes the nervous system deeply. The chest softens. Thoughts slow down. Interactions stop feeling like emotional performances, and slowly the body discovers what true emotional freedom feels like. Not needing to constantly defend your humanity, because real peace does not come from finally making everyone understand you perfectly. Sometimes peace comes from quietly understanding yourself enough that endless explanation is no longer necessary. And after years of constantly explaining yourself, defending your emotions, and carrying invisible pressure alone, many people eventually make a quiet decision deep inside their nervous system. They stop depending on others completely, not because they truly want isolation, but because somewhere along the way, relying on people began to feel emotionally dangerous. So they become hyper-independent. They handle everything alone, solve problems alone, process emotions alone, survive alone. And from the outside, they often appear incredibly strong, capable, self-sufficient, emotionally controlled. But underneath that strength is often a nervous system that no longer believes support is safe. Hyper-independence is rarely created from confidence alone. Most of the time, it is created from disappointment, from betrayal, from emotional neglect, from learning that vulnerability was not consistently protected. The body remembers every moment it reached for support and felt abandoned, ignored, judged, manipulated, or emotionally unsafe. And eventually, the nervous system adapts by creating one painful conclusion. If I depend on nobody, nobody can hurt me. At first, this survival strategy feels empowering. The person becomes reliable, productive, emotionally resilient. They stop asking for help, stop expecting support, stop trusting easily. They convince themselves they do not need anyone. But over time, the nervous system quietly pays a heavy price for carrying life completely alone. Because human beings were never designed to survive through permanent emotional isolation. The Stoics valued self-discipline and inner strength deeply, but even they understood that human beings are social by nature. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the importance of cooperation, connection, and shared humanity. True Stoic strength was never about emotional isolation. It was about inner steadiness without losing connection to others. But hyper-independent nervous systems often confuse dependence with weakness. They fear burdening people, fear disappointment, fear needing someone who may eventually leave, so they carry everything themselves instead. And eventually, exhaustion settles into the body in ways they barely notice anymore. These are the people who struggle to relax even when help is available. People offer support, but they instinctively say, "I'm fine." Not because they truly are fine, but because the nervous system no longer knows how to safely receive care. Receiving help creates discomfort. Vulnerability creates anxiety. Trust feels risky, so they stay emotionally self-contained at all times. But emotional isolation creates hidden nervous system pressure. When a person believes they must survive everything alone, the body stays in constant preparedness. The nervous system becomes hyper-alert because it feels like there is no emotional safety net beneath them. Every responsibility feels heavier. Every setback feels more threatening. Every problem feels entirely theirs to carry. And slowly the body becomes emotionally overworked. Many hyper-independent people also struggle with deep internal loneliness they rarely speak about. Not because nobody cares about them, but because they stopped allowing people close enough to truly support them emotionally. The walls become so strong that even love struggles to fully reach them. This is one of the saddest parts of hyper-independence. The person often longs for connection while simultaneously fearing it. They crave support, but resist receiving it. They want emotional closeness, but struggle to trust it. The nervous system becomes trapped between emotional hunger and emotional self-protection. And because hyper-independent people usually function well externally, very few notice how exhausted they truly are internally. They continue performing strength, continue handling pressure, continue carrying emotional weight silently, but the body keeps accumulating tension underneath that calm appearance. The Stoics believed strength included the ability to accept reality honestly. And one painful reality many hyper-independent people eventually face is this. Self-reliance alone cannot fully heal the nervous system. The body needs safety, connection, softness, trust, not endless emotional self-containment. There is a deep difference between healthy independence and trauma-based self-isolation. Healthy independence says, I can handle life. Trauma-based independence says, I cannot safely rely on anyone. One creates stability, the other creates hidden nervous system exhaustion. Healing begins when hyper-independent people slowly realize they do not need to earn care through suffering alone. They are allowed to ask for help before collapsing, allowed to lean on safe people, allowed to admit exhaustion, allowed to receive emotional support without feeling weak. This realization can feel terrifying at first because the nervous system still associates dependence with danger. But little by little, the body begins learning something new. Safe connection exists. Not everyone abandons vulnerability. Not every act of trust leads to betrayal. And as these experiences slowly accumulate, the nervous system begins softening its constant defensive posture. The shoulders relax. The emotional armor becomes lighter. The mind stops carrying every burden, as if survival depends entirely on personal strength. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of healing. Not becoming helpless. Not losing inner strength. But finally understanding that true strength is not measured by how much pain you can survive alone. Sometimes true strength is allowing yourself to be supported without feeling ashamed for needing it. Because the nervous system was never meant to carry the entire world without rest, connection, or care. And eventually, even the strongest people need a place where they no longer have to survive everything by themselves. And when people spend years surviving everything alone, another emotion often begins collecting quietly beneath the surface. Anger, not loud anger, not explosive anger, but silent anger. The kind that gets swallowed instead of expressed. The kind hidden behind forced calmness, people-pleasing, emotional restraint, and constant self-control. Many people carry frustration for so long that they no longer even recognize it as anger anymore. It becomes tension in the shoulders, tightness in the jaw, exhaustion in the body, irritability in small moments, emotional numbness, restlessness, chronic fatigue. Because emotions that are never released do not disappear, the nervous system stores them. Unspoken anger is one of the heaviest forms of emotional stress the body can carry, especially when a person feels unable to express what hurt them honestly. Some people learned very early in life that anger was unsafe. If they expressed frustration, they were punished, ignored, shamed, rejected. So the nervous system adapted by suppressing emotional reactions instead of expressing them openly. They became easy, polite, controlled, emotionally careful. But underneath that control, unresolved frustration slowly accumulated inside the body over years, and the nervous system kept carrying it silently. The Stoics are often misunderstood on this subject. Many people assume Stoicism means suppressing emotions completely, but true Stoic philosophy was not emotional repression. It was emotional awareness without emotional slavery. Marcus Aurelius did not teach people to deny feelings. He taught people to observe emotions honestly, so they would not unconsciously control the mind. But suppressed anger does exactly that. It controls the nervous system from underneath awareness. A person may smile while internally carrying resentment. They may stay quiet while their body remains deeply tense. They may convince themselves they are over it, while their nervous system still reacts defensively every day. This hidden emotional tension drains enormous physical energy. Because anger activates the body for protection, the heart rate changes, muscles tighten, stress hormones increase. Breathing becomes shallower. The nervous system enters a defensive state, and when frustration remains trapped inside for long periods, the body never fully exits that defensive posture. This is why some people feel physically exhausted even when they are not doing intense physical work. Their body is carrying emotional resistance constantly, resistance toward unfairness, disrespect, neglect, disappointment, emotional betrayal, needs that were ignored, boundaries that were crossed repeatedly. And because they never fully expressed these emotions safely, the nervous system continues holding the tension internally. Some people become so disconnected from their anger that they only notice the symptoms. They feel emotionally drained around certain people. They become irritated by small inconveniences. They struggle to relax fully. Their body feels heavy. Sleep becomes less restorative. But underneath all of it is often unprocessed frustration the nervous system never learned how to release. This becomes especially common in people who spent most of their life prioritizing peace over honesty. They avoided conflict constantly, stayed quiet to keep relationships stable, suppressed emotional reactions to avoid being difficult. But every suppressed emotion leaves residue inside the nervous system, and eventually the body begins carrying the emotional cost. The Stoics believed inner peace required alignment between the inner world and outward behavior, but many people live disconnected from their real emotional experience. They say, "It's okay," while feeling hurt. Say, "I understand," while feeling resentment. Say nothing at all while carrying emotional pressure internally. The nervous system notices this disconnection even when the conscious mind ignores it. And over time, suppressed anger often transforms into physical exhaustion because the body remains trapped between emotional activation and emotional restraint simultaneously. The person wants to react but stops themselves, wants to speak but suppresses it, wants to protect themselves but remains silent. This creates enormous internal tension, especially for nervous systems already conditioned towards survival and hypervigilance. Some people even fear their own anger because they associate anger with losing control, becoming cruel, or damaging relationships. So they disconnect from it completely, but disconnected anger does not become harmless. It becomes internalized. And internalized anger often turns inward as self-criticism, emotional numbness, anxiety, or chronic stress. Healing begins when the nervous system learns that anger itself is not the enemy. Anger is information. It reveals where pain exists, where boundaries were violated, where emotional needs were ignored, where the body no longer feels respected or safe. Healthy anger protects the nervous system. Suppressed anger slowly poisons it. The goal is not uncontrolled emotional explosion. That only creates more chaos. The Stoics valued calmness deeply, but calmness is different from emotional suppression. Real calmness comes from honesty, from acknowledging emotional pain without shame, from allowing frustration to move through the body instead of trapping it there for years. Sometimes healing begins with admitting, "That hurt me, that exhausted me, that crossed a line. I am carrying resentment." These simple truths can release enormous nervous system pressure because the body no longer has to fight itself internally. And slowly, physical exhaustion begins changing too. The jaw unclenches, breathing deepens, sleep improves. The body softens because it is no longer carrying constant emotional restraint underneath the surface. Perhaps this is why so many emotionally exhausted people are not actually weak. They are simply tired from carrying emotions they were never allowed to express safely. And eventually, the nervous system begins healing the moment a person stops forcing themselves to silently survive everything that hurt them. And after years of carrying suppressed emotions, many people develop another habit that quietly keeps the nervous system trapped in tension every single day. They reach for stimulation constantly. Not because they are lazy, not because they lack discipline, but because the nervous system has become deeply uncomfortable sitting alone with itself. And one of the most powerful forms of modern stimulation lives only inches away from the body almost every hour of the day. The phone. What seems like a harmless habit often becomes a continuous source of nervous system overload. Most people do not realize how much anxiety is hidden inside the constant urge to check notifications, messages, updates, news, and endless streams of information. But the body notices every vibration, every alert, every sudden sound, every glowing screen pulling attention away from the present moment. The nervous system reacts to all of it. Modern phones have quietly trained millions of people to live in a permanent state of micro-alertness. The brain never fully settles because attention is constantly interrupted. Even during moments of silence, part of the mind remains waiting for the next notification, the next message, the next update, the next emotional stimulus, and slowly the nervous system forgets how to fully rest. This is why many people instinctively check their phone the moment they wake up. Before the body has even fully entered the day, the nervous system is already absorbing information, pressure, comparison, emotional stimulation, and subtle stress. The mind begins running immediately, and the body follows. The Stoics valued attention deeply because they understood that where attention goes, emotional energy follows. Marcus Aurelius practiced guarding his inner world carefully instead of allowing constant external distractions to dominate his peace. But modern nervous systems are surrounded by endless distraction machines designed specifically to capture attention repeatedly, and the body pays a heavy price for it. Every notification creates a tiny interruption inside the nervous system. Even if the alert itself is small, the body still experiences a subtle shift in attention and alertness. One interruption may seem harmless, but hundreds of interruptions every day slowly train the nervous system to remain emotionally scattered and hyper-responsive. This creates invisible anxiety, not dramatic panic, but low-level internal agitation, the feeling that the mind never fully lands anywhere. Many people can no longer sit quietly for a few minutes without reaching for their phone automatically, not because they truly need information, but because the nervous system became dependent on constant stimulation. Silence begins feeling uncomfortable. Stillness feels emotionally empty. The mind craves another hit of distraction, another tiny emotional reward, another interruption to avoid fully being present. This is how micro-alert addiction forms. The brain becomes conditioned to seek stimulation repeatedly throughout the day. Every notification creates anticipation. Every scroll creates novelty. Every message creates emotional activation. And over time, the nervous system becomes overstimulated without ever realizing how exhausted it truly is. This affects the body more deeply than most people understand. Attention span weakens, patience decreases, sleep quality suffers, emotional regulation becomes harder, the mind becomes more reactive. Even moments of rest stop feeling restorative because the nervous system never fully disconnects from incoming stimulation. Some people even sleep with their phone beside them, allowing the nervous system to remain partially alert all night long. The body never fully enters deep emotional recovery because part of the brain stays prepared for interruption. This creates chronic nervous system fatigue. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that many people are no longer connected to the present moment because attention has become permanently fragmented. Meals are interrupted by scrolling. Conversations are interrupted by notifications. Silence is interrupted by stimulation. Even peaceful moments become emotionally diluted because the nervous system is constantly shifting focus. The Stoics believed peace required discipline over attention. Epictetus taught that external things only gain power when we allow them control over the inner world. But many modern minds no longer control their attention consciously. The phone controls it instead, and nervous systems slowly become overwhelmed from living in constant emotional interruption. This is why some people feel strangely anxious even during ordinary days. The nervous system rarely experiences uninterrupted stillness anymore. The brain remains flooded with emotional input from hundreds of small sources continuously. News, conflict, comparison, messages, pressure, opinions, expectations. The body absorbs all of it. And because this stimulation happens gradually throughout the day, most people never fully notice how overloaded their nervous system has become until exhaustion finally catches up to them. Healing begins with reclaiming attention slowly, not through extreme punishment or complete disconnection from life, but through intentional moments of stillness. Moments where the nervous system is allowed to exist without interruption, without alerts, without scrolling, without emotional noise constantly entering the mind. At first, this can feel uncomfortable for overstimulated nervous systems. The body may become restless quickly. The mind may immediately search for distraction. But little by little, something changes. The nervous system begins slowing down. Thoughts become less fragmented. Breathing deepens naturally. The body starts remembering what uninterrupted presence feels like again. And perhaps this is one of the greatest forms of modern emotional protection, learning that your attention is sacred. Because whatever constantly controls your attention eventually shapes your nervous system. And peace becomes possible again the moment the body no longer lives at the mercy of endless micro-alerts, pulling the mind away from itself every minute of the day. And after years of overstimulation, emotional tension, constant alertness, and nervous system overload, many people eventually arrive at a deeply confusing form of exhaustion. They sleep, but never truly feel rested. The body lies down, the eyes close, hours pass. Yet morning still arrives with heaviness already sitting inside the chest. The mind feels foggy. The body feels drained. Energy feels distant before the day even begins. And many people quietly wonder, why am I still tired? Because exhaustion is not always caused by lack of sleep. Sometimes it is caused by a nervous system that never fully stops guarding itself. This is what subconscious vigilance feels like. The body may appear physically asleep while internally remaining emotionally alert. Part of the nervous system keeps listening, scanning, preparing, monitoring, as if danger could arrive at any moment. And because true rest requires safety, the body struggles to enter deep restoration when the nervous system still believes it must stay prepared for survival. Many people have lived in emotional tension for so long that their body forgot how to completely let go. Even during sleep, the nervous system remains partially active. This is why some people wake up already anxious, already tense, already mentally exhausted before anything difficult has even happened that day. The body never fully exited survival mode during the night. The Stoics understood that the mind continues shaping the body even in silence. Marcus Aurelius often spoke about how unresolved fears, emotional attachment, and uncontrolled thoughts disturb inner peace long before external events ever do. And modern nervous systems carry enormous amounts of unresolved inner tension into sleep every night. Unprocessed emotions, future worries, emotional anticipation, suppressed stress, overthinking, emotional guarding. The body brings all of it into bed. Some people fall asleep physically, but mentally they never stop running. Their nervous system stays subtly vigilant beneath the surface. A sound wakes them easily. A thought interrupts sleep repeatedly. The mind keeps drifting toward unfinished responsibilities, fears, conversations, or imagined scenarios. Even dreams become emotionally intense because the nervous system is still processing unresolved tension internally. This is why emotional exhaustion often feels heavier than physical exhaustion. A physically tired body can recover relatively quickly, but a psychologically vigilant nervous system rarely experiences full restoration because it never truly believes it is safe enough to fully power down. This pattern often develops slowly over years, especially in people who experienced emotional unpredictability, chronic stress, conflict, instability, or prolonged anxiety. The nervous system adapts by remaining prepared constantly. At first, this survival response helps protect the person, but eventually the body forgets how to deactivate the alertness. Even peace feels temporary. The nervous system keeps waiting for interruption, waiting for problems, waiting for emotional danger. And this hidden vigilance slowly drains enormous energy from the body every single day. Some people become so used to this exhaustion that they assume feeling tired all the time is simply part of adulthood. But often, the body is not lacking sleep alone. It is lacking nervous system safety. The Stoics believed peace begins inside the mind long before it appears in external life. Epictetus taught that suffering often comes not from events themselves, but from the constant internal resistance and fear surrounding them. Subconscious vigilance is exactly this kind of internal resistance. The body remains emotionally braced against life itself, always preparing, always anticipating, always partially tense, and over time this creates deep biological exhaustion. Stress hormones remain elevated longer, muscles stay slightly contracted, breathing becomes shallow during rest. The nervous system struggles entering full recovery states. Even digestion, focus, emotional regulation, and immune function become affected because the body prioritizes survival over restoration. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that many people blame themselves for this exhaustion. They think they are lazy, weak, undisciplined, but their body is often carrying years of accumulated subconscious vigilance beneath the surface. The nervous system is tired from guarding a person emotionally for too long. Healing begins when the body slowly learns that constant vigilance is no longer necessary for survival. This cannot be forced instantly. A nervous system conditioned by years of alertness does not suddenly trust safety overnight. The body must experience calm repeatedly, silence repeatedly, stillness repeatedly, not as temporary escape, but as genuine emotional safety. This is why slow evenings matter. Quiet moments matter. Breathing deeply matters. Creating emotional stability matters. The nervous system heals through repetition. Little by little, the body starts understanding that not every silence contains danger. Not every peaceful moment will suddenly disappear. Not every night requires emotional guarding. And slowly, sleep begins changing too. The mind stops racing as intensely. The body softens more deeply into rest. Morning no longer feels like waking up already defeated. Because true rest is not simply unconsciousness. True rest is when the nervous system finally believes it can stop protecting you for a few hours. The Stoics understood that inner peace was not weakness. It was restoration. A mind no longer constantly fighting life gains access to energy the nervous system had been spending on survival for years. And perhaps this is what exhausted people need most. Not more productivity. Not more pressure. Not another reason to keep pushing themselves harder. But permission for the body to finally feel safe enough to truly rest. And when the nervous system spends years trapped in subconscious vigilance, the mind slowly develops another exhausting habit without fully realizing it. It starts preparing for disaster constantly, not because disaster is always coming, but because the body no longer trusts peace enough to stop anticipating pain. This is the hidden stress of survival thinking. The mind becomes obsessed with preparing for worst-case scenarios in hopes of avoiding future suffering. It believes that if it mentally rehearses every possible danger, disappointment, failure, rejection, or catastrophe, it will somehow stay emotionally protected. But instead of creating safety, this habit slowly poisons inner peace. Because the nervous system never receives permission to relax. There are people who wake up already preparing emotionally for problems that have not happened. They expect conflict before conversations begin. Expect rejection before connection forms. Expect failure before trying. Expect loss during moments that should feel joyful. Even happiness becomes difficult to enjoy because part of the mind keeps whispering, "Don't get too comfortable." This kind of thinking quietly drains enormous emotional energy from the body. The Stoics often reflected on hardship, but not in the way anxious minds do today. Their goal was not endless fear or constant mental catastrophe. They practiced perspective, so the mind would become calmer, steadier, and less emotionally reactive. Modern survival thinking often does the opposite. It keeps the nervous system emotionally trapped inside imagined futures constantly. The body reacts to these imagined scenarios as if they are partially real. Heart rate shifts, breathing changes, muscles tighten, stress hormones increase. The nervous system prepares for emotional battle repeatedly throughout the day. And because most of these feared situations never actually happen, the body ends up exhausting itself fighting imaginary wars internally. Some people call this being realistic. But true realism includes recognizing how much suffering the mind creates unnecessarily through constant worst-case anticipation. The nervous system was never designed to carry endless imagined emergencies. Yet many people spend most of their lives mentally preparing for emotional pain before life even unfolds. This often develops in people who experienced unpredictability earlier in life. If pain arrived suddenly before, the nervous system learns to stay ahead of it constantly. The mind begins believing that anticipation equals protection. So it scans for danger everywhere. A delayed response becomes abandonment. A mistake becomes catastrophe. A disagreement becomes rejection. A peaceful moment becomes temporary before inevitable loss. The nervous system stops trusting life itself, and eventually survival thinking becomes automatic. The body remains emotionally guarded even during ordinary moments. This is why many anxious people struggle to enjoy the present fully. Their mind is always mentally standing in the future, trying to prepare for pain before it arrives. But inner peace becomes impossible when the nervous system never leaves defense mode. The Stoics deeply understood the importance of staying grounded in the present moment. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that most suffering exists inside imagined scenarios rather than reality itself. And this becomes painfully true for overstressed nervous systems. Many people are not suffering from life itself in the current moment. They are suffering from their constant prediction of future suffering. The mind becomes emotionally addicted to preparation, as if relaxing would somehow increase danger, as if letting go of fear would remove control. But constant preparation does not create emotional strength. It creates exhaustion. There is a deep difference between practical awareness and chronic survival thinking. Healthy awareness says, life contains uncertainty. Survival thinking says, I must mentally prepare for every possible disaster at all times. One creates wisdom, the other slowly destroys nervous system peace. And over time, survival thinking affects the body physically too. Sleep becomes lighter. Digestion weakens. Emotional patience decreases. Focus becomes fragmented. The nervous system stays partially activated because the mind never fully exits imagined danger. Even moments of rest become contaminated by future fear. A quiet evening becomes anxiety about tomorrow. A peaceful relationship becomes fear of losing it. Success becomes pressure to maintain it. Nothing feels emotionally safe enough to fully relax into. This is one reason chronic worriers often feel emotionally older than they truly are. Their nervous system has spent years carrying constant psychological pressure without recovery. The body becomes tired from trying to emotionally survive futures that do not yet exist. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes something deeply important. You cannot think your way into complete safety. No amount of anticipation removes uncertainty from life. Pain cannot be fully prevented through endless mental rehearsal. And once the body accepts this, something inside begins softening. Breathing slows. Thoughts lose urgency. The mind becomes less aggressive toward the future, not because problems disappear, but because the nervous system no longer believes it must emotionally fight tomorrow before tomorrow arrives. The Stoics understood that peace comes from meeting life directly, not from endlessly fearing it in advance. Courage is not the absence of uncertainty. Courage is trusting yourself enough to face uncertainty without poisoning the present moment with constant fear. And perhaps this is the deeper tragedy of survival thinking. The mind becomes so focused on preventing future pain that it accidentally destroys the peace available right now. But healing begins the moment the nervous system finally understands. Not every thought deserves preparation. Not every possibility deserves fear. Not every future deserves emotional suffering before it even exists. Sometimes the greatest act of inner strength is allowing yourself to live one moment at a time, without constantly preparing for the world to fall apart. And after years of preparing for worst-case scenarios, the nervous system eventually reaches a painful state where it no longer knows what emotional safety even feels like. Not temporary comfort, not distraction, not avoidance. Real safety, the kind where the body fully unclenches because it no longer expects emotional harm at any moment. Many people have lived with emotional uncertainty for so long that they mistake tension for normal life. They move through relationships carefully, monitor moods constantly, analyze tone changes, prepare for disappointment automatically, and even during peaceful moments, part of the nervous system stays guarded, because emotional uncertainty quietly trains the body to stay alert all the time. The nervous system was designed to recover after danger passes, but when emotional unpredictability becomes constant, the body never fully exits survival mode. It keeps waiting for the next emotional shift. The next conflict, the next rejection, the next withdrawal, the next disappointment, and slowly exhaustion settles deep into the body. This kind of exhaustion is difficult to explain because it is invisible. A person may look completely functional externally while internally carrying constant emotional vigilance. They become emotionally tired without understanding why. Simple conversations drain them. Certain environments feel heavy. Relationships feel emotionally exhausting instead of calming, not because they are weak, but because the nervous system no longer feels secure enough to rest around uncertainty. This often begins early in life. Children raised around unpredictable emotional environments quickly learn to stay alert. If love feels inconsistent, the nervous system adapts by constantly scanning for emotional danger. A parent's mood changes suddenly. Affection disappears without explanation. Anger arrives unpredictably. Emotional safety becomes unstable, so the child learns to monitor everything carefully. Facial expressions, energy shifts, silence, tone, tension, and over time, hypervigilance becomes deeply wired into the nervous system. As adults, these people often continue living emotionally prepared for instability, even when no immediate threat exists. Their body expects unpredictability automatically. This is why emotional uncertainty exhausts the nervous system so deeply. The body cannot fully relax when it does not know what emotional reality it will encounter next. The Stoics believed peace required inner steadiness rather than dependence on external instability. But emotional uncertainty constantly pulls the nervous system outward into survival awareness. The mind becomes preoccupied with emotional forecasting. Are they upset? Did I do something wrong? Will this relationship suddenly change? Is conflict coming? The body lives in emotional anticipation instead of presence, and eventually the nervous system becomes chronically fatigued from trying to emotionally protect itself all the time. Many people who struggle with anxiety are not simply overthinkers. Often they are nervous systems shaped by prolonged emotional unpredictability. The body learned that safety could disappear suddenly, so it stopped relaxing completely. This creates enormous physical consequences over time. Sleep becomes lighter because the nervous system remains alert. Muscles stay tense unconsciously. Stress hormones remain elevated longer. Emotional regulation becomes harder. The body stays partially defensive even during ordinary moments. And perhaps one of the most painful effects is that emotionally unsafe environments slowly disconnect people from themselves. They stop trusting their instincts, stop expressing honest emotions, stop feeling emotionally grounded. Their attention becomes consumed by managing external emotional uncertainty instead of living freely. Some people even become addicted to emotionally unstable relationships because unpredictability feels familiar to their nervous system. Calmness feels strange. Stability feels emotionally unfamiliar. The body unconsciously gravitates toward environments that match the emotional chaos it learned early on. This is one reason healing can feel uncomfortable at first. A peaceful relationship may initially feel boring. Consistency may feel suspicious. Gentleness may feel unfamiliar, because the nervous system is still conditioned for emotional unpredictability. The Stoics understood that peace begins when the mind stops surrendering itself to constant emotional disturbance. But this becomes incredibly difficult when the body has spent years adapting to emotional instability. Healing requires teaching the nervous system something entirely new, that safety can exist consistently, that calmness is not a trap, that connection does not always end in pain, that emotional stability is possible. This retraining happens slowly, through repeated safe experiences, through relationships where the body no longer feels the need to constantly monitor emotional danger, through environments where honesty feels safer than performance, through moments where the nervous system realizes it can finally soften without punishment. And little by little, the body begins changing. Breathing deepens. The chest feels lighter. Thoughts become quieter. Emotional reactions lose some of their intensity because the nervous system is no longer permanently preparing for emotional impact. This is why emotional safety is not weakness. It is biological restoration. The body heals when it no longer spends every moment defending itself emotionally. The Stoics never taught emotional coldness. They taught internal stability, and true stability becomes possible when the nervous system no longer feels trapped inside constant emotional uncertainty. Perhaps this is what exhausted people need most. Not more self-criticism, not more pressure to be stronger, but spaces, people and moments where the body can finally stop emotionally bracing itself against life. Because a nervous system that never feels safe eventually becomes tired in ways sleep alone can never fix. And healing begins the moment the body slowly learns that peace is no longer temporary. It is finally allowed to stay. And when the nervous system spends years feeling emotionally unsafe, many people develop one final survival strategy that slowly drains them from the inside out. They pretend to be fine. Not occasionally, constantly. They smile while exhausted, speak calmly while overwhelmed, say "I'm okay" while emotionally collapsing internally. And over time, the gap between what they feel inside and what they show outside becomes so large that the nervous system no longer knows how to rest authentically. This is the hidden burnout of emotional masking. The body carries enormous psychological pressure when a person constantly performs stability instead of genuinely experiencing it. Many people learned early in life that showing emotional pain felt dangerous. Maybe vulnerability was ignored. Maybe sadness made others uncomfortable. Maybe emotional honesty created rejection, criticism, shame, or conflict. So the nervous system adapted. It learned how to hide distress, how to stay composed, how to function no matter how overwhelmed the body actually felt. And while this survival strategy may protect a person temporarily, it slowly creates internal collapse over time. Because pretending to be fine requires constant emotional effort. The mind must monitor reactions carefully, suppress feelings continuously, control facial expressions, adjust tone, hide exhaustion, manage appearances. And eventually, the nervous system becomes drained from carrying two realities at once: the outer performance and the inner truth. This creates a deep kind of psychological fatigue many people cannot explain clearly. They continue functioning externally, but internally they feel emotionally disconnected from themselves. They laugh without fully feeling joy, rest without truly relaxing, speak without feeling emotionally present. The body becomes emotionally numb because so much energy goes into maintaining the mask. The Stoics are often misunderstood here too. Many people mistake Stoicism for emotional suppression, but the Stoics never taught emotional dishonesty. They taught emotional discipline rooted in awareness and truth. Marcus Aurelius constantly examined his inner world honestly. He did not pretend emotions did not exist. He simply refused to let emotions blindly control his actions. But emotional masking is different. Masking disconnects people from their own emotional reality entirely. Some people become so practiced at appearing fine that even they no longer recognize how exhausted they truly are. The nervous system adapts to functioning under emotional strain until burnout becomes normalized. This is why some emotionally exhausted people suddenly break down over very small things. A minor inconvenience, a simple disagreement, a stressful day, and suddenly the nervous system collapses emotionally, not because the moment itself was unbearable, but because the body had been carrying suppressed emotional pressure for far too long already. The nervous system can only perform emotional strength for so long before depletion appears, and emotional masking creates constant internal tension. The body stays partially contracted, breathing becomes restricted, thoughts remain monitored. The nervous system never fully softens because part of the mind is always managing appearances. Some people even lose connection with what they genuinely feel because the performance becomes automatic. They respond how others expect. Say what feels acceptable, minimize their pain instinctively. Meanwhile, the body quietly absorbs the emotional cost. This is why emotional masking often creates loneliness even around other people. Because being surrounded by others while nobody truly sees your internal reality can feel more isolating than physical solitude. The nervous system longs for authenticity, for spaces where it no longer has to perform safety, for moments where exhaustion can finally be admitted honestly. But many people fear what would happen if the mask dropped completely. They fear becoming a burden, fear losing respect, fear appearing weak. So they continue pretending, and the body keeps carrying invisible stress every single day. The Stoics believed peace required alignment between the inner and outer self. Internal chaos grows stronger when a person lives disconnected from their own truth. And emotional masking creates exactly this kind of fragmentation. The nervous system becomes divided. One part feels pain, another part hides it. One part wants rest. Another part keeps performing. One part feels overwhelmed. Another part says, keep going. This inner conflict drains enormous emotional energy. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes that honesty is safer than permanent performance. Not reckless emotional dumping, not losing all emotional control, but honest acknowledgement. I'm tired. I'm struggling. This hurts. I don't have the energy to pretend today. These truths often release nervous system pressure immediately, because the body no longer has to maintain emotional separation between appearance and reality. And slowly, something begins changing internally. Breathing deepens. The chest softens. Emotional numbness begins lifting. The nervous system starts reconnecting with genuine emotional experience again, because the body heals through authenticity, not through endless performance. Some of the most exhausted people in the world are not physically overworked. They are emotionally overperformed. They spent years appearing strong while silently falling apart internally. And eventually, the nervous system reaches a point where it no longer wants to survive through pretending. It wants truth, rest, softness, real connection. The kind of peace that comes from no longer needing to hide your humanity every second of the day. Because true healing begins the moment the body understands it no longer has to earn love, safety, or acceptance by pretending to be okay when it is not. And after years of pretending to be fine, many people eventually lose something they do not notice disappearing at first. Their ability to fully feel joy. Not because life contains no beautiful moments anymore, but because the nervous system has become too overstimulated to remain emotionally present long enough to truly experience them. The body is physically there, but the mind is somewhere else entirely, thinking, planning, analyzing, remembering, preparing, worrying. And slowly, life begins passing through the nervous system without fully touching it emotionally. This is one of the quietest tragedies of chronic mental overstimulation. A person can spend years surviving, while barely experiencing the life they are surviving for. Busy minds struggle with joy because joy requires presence. Not perfect circumstances, not endless achievement, presence. The ability to emotionally arrive inside a moment without the nervous system immediately pulling attention somewhere else. But overstimulated minds rarely stay still long enough for that to happen. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to fully enter the present moment instead of becoming consumed by endless mental distraction. He understood that the mind constantly wandering away from reality creates emotional disconnection from life itself, and modern nervous systems are constantly pulled away from presence, always thinking about the next task, the next message, the next responsibility, the next problem, the next future outcome. Even moments meant to feel peaceful become mentally crowded. A person sits beside people they love while mentally elsewhere, eats food without tasting it fully, walks through beautiful mornings without noticing them, listens without fully hearing, lives without fully arriving emotionally inside life, because the nervous system became addicted to movement, mental movement, emotional movement, constant stimulation. And joy cannot survive inside endless psychological noise. Many people believe happiness comes from finally achieving enough external success. But some of the most overstimulated people are highly productive, constantly busy, and externally accomplished, while internally feeling emotionally empty. The nervous system becomes exhausted from constant mental acceleration, and eventually, emotional numbness appears. Not because the person lacks gratitude, not because life lacks beauty, but because the body no longer knows how to slow down enough to emotionally absorb life. Overstimulated minds often mistake peace for boredom. Stillness feels uncomfortable. Quiet moments create restlessness. The nervous system keeps searching for another distraction because slowing down forces awareness of emotional exhaustion underneath the busyness. This is why many people instinctively fill every empty moment, scrolling during silence, watching something while eating, checking phones during conversations, playing noise constantly, keeping the mind occupied every second. Because uninterrupted presence feels emotionally unfamiliar to overstimulated nervous systems. The body became conditioned to constant mental consumption, but overstimulation slowly weakens emotional sensitivity. The nervous system becomes flooded with so much input that simple moments stop registering deeply. Joy becomes harder to access, not because life became meaningless, but because the mind became too crowded to notice meaning anymore. The Stoics believed peace and clarity come through simplicity, through reducing unnecessary mental noise so the inner world becomes calm enough to experience life directly again. But modern minds rarely rest. They consume endless information daily. Opinions, news, conflict, entertainment, pressure, comparison. And the nervous system slowly loses emotional spaciousness underneath all the stimulation. This creates a strange emptiness many people struggle to explain. Life feels emotionally flat. Moments pass quickly, days blur together. Even achievements feel temporary because the nervous system immediately moves toward the next concern instead of fully experiencing fulfillment. This is why some people secretly feel exhausted after vacations, weekends, or social events that were supposed to make them happy. Their nervous system never truly slowed down enough to receive the experience emotionally. The body remained mentally active the entire time, and eventually overstimulation disconnects people from simple joy completely. The joy of breathing deeply, the joy of silence, the joy of connection, the joy of sunlight, the joy of being fully emotionally present in one ordinary moment. The nervous system becomes too distracted to notice life happening. Healing begins when the body slowly relearns stillness, not forced stillness, not empty isolation, but intentional presence. Moments where the nervous system no longer chases stimulation constantly. Moments where attention returns fully to what is happening now. At first, this feels uncomfortable for busy minds. The silence feels loud. The stillness feels restless. The mind immediately searches for something else to consume. But little by little, something beautiful begins happening. The nervous system slows, breathing softens, attention deepens, and emotions begin returning naturally. Joy starts appearing in small moments again, not because life suddenly changed, but because the body finally became present enough to experience it. The Stoics understood that peace is not found through endless external chasing. It is found through internal steadiness. A calm mind notices beauty more easily because it is no longer drowning in constant mental movement. And perhaps this is why overstimulated people often feel emotionally disconnected from life itself. Their nervous system became so focused on surviving, consuming, planning, and thinking that it forgot how to simply experience. But joy is still there, waiting underneath the noise, waiting underneath the pressure, waiting underneath the endless stimulation. And sometimes healing begins with something incredibly simple, not adding more to life, but finally becoming still enough to fully feel the life already in front of you. And when the nervous system spends too long disconnected from joy, another quiet fear often begins growing underneath the surface. The fear of being replaceable, not always consciously, not always openly, but deep inside, many people carry the painful belief that if they stopped trying so hard, stopped performing, stopped proving their worth, someone else could easily take their place. And this fear creates chronic nervous system tension that many people never fully recognize. Because when a person secretly feels replaceable, the body begins living as if love, connection, success, and belonging must constantly be earned. The nervous system stops relaxing fully. It keeps working, performing, pleasing, achieving, adjusting, as if rest itself could somehow make them lose their value. This creates a hidden exhaustion that slowly drains emotional energy from the body every single day. Some people fear being replaced in relationships. Others fear being replaced at work. Some fear becoming emotionally unimportant to the people they love. And many people carry a deeper fear underneath all of it. If I stop being useful, will anyone still choose me? This fear often develops long before adulthood. Children who received love mainly through achievement, obedience, emotional caretaking, or usefulness quickly learn that value feels conditional. The nervous system absorbs the message that being needed is safer than simply being loved. So they become highly functional, helpful, responsible, productive, emotionally accommodating. But beneath all of that effort is often a nervous system terrified of becoming emotionally disposable. The Stoics believed human worth was rooted in character, not external validation. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself not to tie inner peace to praise, status, or the unstable opinions of others. But modern nervous systems often become trapped inside comparison and performance instead. People constantly measure themselves against others. Who is more successful, more attractive, more talented, more wanted, more important? And because comparison never truly ends, the nervous system stays locked in quiet insecurity, always trying to maintain value, always trying not to fall behind. This creates enormous emotional tension inside the body. The mind becomes hyper-aware of rejection, hyper-aware of being ignored, hyper-aware of shifts in attention or affection. Some people become emotionally exhausted simply from trying to stay emotionally relevant in the eyes of others. And the saddest part is that many hide this insecurity extremely well. They appear confident externally, capable, independent, accomplished. But internally, the nervous system remains deeply afraid of becoming forgettable or unnecessary. This fear changes behavior in subtle ways. People overwork themselves trying to prove worth, overgive in relationships, avoid conflict to prevent abandonment, stay available constantly, struggle saying no, feel guilty resting. Because part of the nervous system believes value depends on continuous performance. The body stays tense because emotional safety feels conditional. And over time, this creates chronic nervous system fatigue. There is no true rest when self-worth constantly feels at risk. Even success becomes emotionally unstable because external validation never fully removes the fear underneath. The Stoics understood that attaching identity to unstable external things creates suffering, and few things are more unstable than seeking permanent reassurance from other people's attention. Because attention changes, people change, life changes, but a nervous system built entirely around external validation collapses whenever those shifts happen. This is why feeling replaceable creates such deep emotional exhaustion. The body never fully settles. The mind keeps monitoring signs of rejection constantly, and eventually people lose connection with their inherent worth beneath all the performance. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes something deeply important. Human worth is not transactional. You do not need to constantly earn your right to exist peacefully. You do not need to exhaust yourself, proving you deserve love, connection, or space in this world. And this realization changes the body slowly. The nervous system stops chasing constant reassurance, stops overperforming survival, stops treating rest like danger. Because people who secretly fear being replaceable often push themselves far beyond healthy limits, trying to secure belonging externally. But true belonging cannot grow from constant self-abandonment. The Stoics believed peace begins when identity becomes internally rooted instead of externally controlled. A person who knows their worth deeply no longer depends entirely on unstable outside validation to feel emotionally safe. This does not mean becoming emotionally detached from others. It means no longer viewing yourself as valuable only when useful, only when needed, only when performing. The nervous system heals when a person finally understands being human is enough, being present is enough, being imperfect is enough, and slowly the body softens. The pressure to constantly prove yourself begins fading. Conversations feel lighter, relationships feel less performative. Rest becomes possible without guilt constantly whispering underneath it. Because the nervous system no longer believes disappearing for a moment means losing all worth. Perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom. Knowing that your value does not vanish simply because you stop exhausting yourself trying to keep everyone's attention. Because human beings are not machines designed to endlessly compete for emotional survival. And eventually, healing begins the moment the body understands it no longer has to earn the right to feel loved, seen, or emotionally safe. And once the fear of being replaceable takes root inside the nervous system, many people unconsciously begin shaping their entire life around one exhausting goal: approval, not peace, not authenticity, not inner stability, approval, the approval of family, friends, partners, society, strangers, the endless hope that if enough people validate them, the inner tension will finally disappear. But approval-seeking never creates lasting safety for the nervous system. It creates instability. Because the moment your emotional state depends on how others respond to you, your inner world becomes controlled by forces you cannot fully predict. And the body feels that uncertainty constantly. There are people who cannot fully relax unless they feel accepted, praised, wanted, needed, liked. Their mood rises and falls depending on how others react to them. A compliment creates temporary relief. A cold tone creates anxiety. Silence creates overthinking. Criticism feels emotionally devastating because the nervous system tied self-worth to external approval long ago. This creates enormous internal instability. The body never feels grounded because emotional safety keeps shifting based on other people's opinions. The Stoics warned deeply against this kind of emotional dependence. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly that public approval is fleeting and unstable. One moment people praise you, the next moment they criticize you. Building peace on external validation guarantees emotional turbulence. But approval-seeking nervous systems struggle to believe this emotionally. Because somewhere earlier in life, approval became linked to safety. Children quickly learn what earns acceptance: good behavior, achievement, pleasantness, emotional compliance, performance. And many people unconsciously spend adulthood repeating the same survival strategy, becoming whoever they believe others will approve of most. The nervous system adapts by constantly monitoring reactions. How did they respond? Do they still like me? Did I say something wrong? Am I disappointing them? This constant emotional monitoring drains enormous nervous system energy. The body stays hyper-alert because belonging feels fragile. And eventually, people lose connection with themselves entirely. They shapeshift emotionally depending on the environment, become different versions of themselves for different people, suppress opinions, hide emotions, overextend energy, avoid honesty, all to maintain approval. But the nervous system quietly suffers underneath the performance. Because true stability cannot exist when identity depends entirely on external reactions. Some people become so approval-dependent that they no longer know what they genuinely want. Their decisions become filtered through anticipated reactions from others. Will people approve? Will they understand? Will they judge me? Will they reject me? And slowly, the body becomes trapped inside emotional self-surveillance. Every interaction feels emotionally loaded. The Stoics believed freedom begins when a person stops surrendering their inner state to the unstable judgments of others. Epictetus taught that peace comes from focusing on what is within your control, instead of emotionally chasing validation from outside yourself. Because approval is unpredictable, people project, misunderstand, change opinions, lose interest, and nervous systems built on external validation collapse emotionally every time those shifts happen. This creates chronic anxiety. The body remains emotionally tense because approval can never be permanently secured. Even highly admired people often feel internally unstable because external validation only creates temporary emotional relief. The nervous system quickly begins craving the next reassurance again, the next compliment, the next sign of acceptance, the next proof of worth. And this cycle never fully ends until the body learns something deeper. External validation cannot replace internal security. Some people spend decades performing versions of themselves that earn approval while secretly feeling emotionally disconnected inside. They become experts at pleasing others while abandoning their own nervous system completely. And eventually, exhaustion appears, because constantly performing for approval requires emotional self-betrayal. The body carries the tension of hiding authenticity repeatedly. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly stops treating rejection like emotional death. This is difficult at first, especially for people whose nervous system learned that approval equals survival. But little by little, the body begins understanding. Not everyone will approve of you. Not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will choose you. And none of these things erase your worth. This realization creates enormous nervous system relief. Because the mind stops fighting endlessly for universal acceptance. The body stops monitoring every reaction so intensely. Conversations feel less dangerous. Authenticity becomes easier. The nervous system begins stabilizing because identity no longer depends entirely on external emotional weather. The Stoics understood something modern people often forget. Peace is impossible when your self-worth lives in other people's hands. Real stability comes from becoming internally rooted enough that praise no longer controls you, and rejection no longer destroys you. This does not mean becoming emotionally cold or disconnected from others. It means finally allowing yourself to exist without constantly auditioning for acceptance. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional healing. When the nervous system no longer needs every room, every relationship, every conversation, or every person to confirm your value before you feel safe being yourself. Because approval may feel comforting temporarily, but inner peace begins the moment the body realizes it no longer has to perform for love in order to deserve it. And after spending years chasing approval, many nervous systems develop another exhausting habit without fully realizing it. They try to control everything, not always outwardly, sometimes quietly, internally, emotionally, mentally. They try to control how conversations unfold, how people perceive them, how relationships progress, how future events turn out, how pain can be avoided, how disappointment can be prevented. And little by little, the body becomes exhausted from carrying responsibility for outcomes no human being can fully control. This is the invisible fatigue of control. The nervous system stays constantly active because the mind believes that enough planning, enough effort, enough overthinking, enough emotional monitoring might finally create permanent certainty. But certainty never fully arrives, and the body keeps paying the price for chasing it. Many people confuse control with safety. They believe that if they stay mentally prepared enough, emotionally careful enough, productive enough, responsible enough, they can avoid suffering. But the nervous system slowly collapses under the weight of trying to manage life beyond human limits. There are people who cannot relax during peaceful moments because part of the mind is always trying to stay ahead of potential problems, always anticipating, always fixing, always preparing. The body becomes emotionally overworked from constant internal management. The Stoics deeply understood this burden. Epictetus taught one of the central principles of Stoicism. Suffering increases when people try controlling things outside their true power, other people's emotions, future events, external outcomes, unexpected change. The mind becomes exhausted trying to emotionally dominate uncertainty itself. And modern nervous systems often live exactly this way. Some people try controlling relationships through overgiving. Others try controlling rejection through perfectionism. Some try controlling the future through endless worrying. Others try controlling emotional pain by emotionally distancing themselves before anyone can hurt them. But underneath all these behaviors is usually the same nervous system fear. If I lose control, something painful will happen. So the body stays tense constantly. Because control requires endless mental effort, the nervous system never fully rests when the mind feels responsible for predicting and managing every possible outcome. This creates a deep emotional exhaustion many people barely notice anymore because it became their normal state. The mind keeps spinning endlessly. What if this goes wrong? What should I do differently? How do I make sure this works out? How do I prevent disappointment? And slowly, life stops feeling like an experience and starts feeling like a constant emotional management project. The body carries invisible pressure every single day. Some people even struggle with physical symptoms because of chronic control-based tension, tight shoulders, jaw clenching, digestive problems, shallow breathing, sleep difficulties, fatigue, because the nervous system is continuously preparing itself to emotionally handle outcomes before they even arrive. And perhaps the most painful part is that many people spend enormous amounts of emotional energy trying to control things that were never fully theirs to carry. Other people will still make their own choices. Life will still remain unpredictable. Unexpected change will still happen. No amount of overthinking can remove uncertainty from being human. The Stoics understood this clearly. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to focus only on what belonged within his control, his actions, perspective, values, and inner character, not external outcomes, not public approval, not the uncontrollable behavior of others. This philosophy creates enormous nervous system relief because the body stops carrying impossible emotional responsibilities. Control creates tension. Surrender creates space, not passive surrender, not giving up on life, but releasing the illusion that your nervous system must manage every outcome to deserve peace. This is incredibly difficult for anxious minds because control often feels emotionally protective. Letting go initially feels dangerous. The nervous system fears uncertainty because uncertainty once created pain. But eventually, the body becomes more exhausted from controlling than from uncertainty itself. Some people spend their entire life mentally fighting reality before reality even arrives. And the nervous system never fully experiences rest because it is constantly trying to secure a future no human being can perfectly predict. Healing begins when the body slowly learns that surrender is not weakness, it is emotional relief. Relief from carrying impossible psychological weight. Relief from constantly rehearsing disaster. Relief from trying to emotionally supervise life itself. And little by little, the nervous system softens, breathing deepens, thoughts lose urgency. The body stops bracing against every unknown possibility, because true peace does not come from controlling life perfectly. It comes from trusting yourself enough to face life without trying to dominate every outcome in advance. The Stoics understood that freedom begins when the mind stops fighting what it cannot fully command. This does not mean becoming careless. You still act wisely, still prepare reasonably, still care deeply, but you stop sacrificing your nervous system trying to force certainty out of an uncertain world. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of healing. The moment the body finally realizes you are allowed to live without controlling everything, allowed to breathe without predicting every future, allowed to rest without mentally solving tomorrow first. Because life was never meant to be emotionally micromanaged every second of the day. And eventually, peace returns the moment the nervous system no longer feels responsible for holding the entire future together alone. And even after a person begins loosening their grip on control, there are still moments when the body reacts in ways that seem confusing and almost impossible to explain. A memory appears suddenly, a voice, a place, a smell, a sentence. And without warning, the nervous system reacts as if the past has returned all over again. The chest tightens, the stomach drops, breathing changes, emotion rushes through the body instantly, even years later. This is the power of emotional imprinting. The nervous system remembers experiences differently than the conscious mind does. The mind may say, "That happened a long time ago," but the body responds as if the emotional danger is still alive in the present moment. Because some experiences do not simply become memories, they become nervous system patterns, especially painful emotional experiences, betrayal, humiliation, rejection, fear, loss. Moments where the body felt deeply unsafe emotionally. The nervous system stores these experiences carefully because its primary job is survival. It remembers what hurt you, so it can attempt to protect you from similar pain in the future. But this survival mechanism often creates invisible emotional suffering long after the original moment has ended. The Stoics understood that the mind gives power to repeated emotional impressions. Marcus Aurelius wrote often about observing emotional reactions instead of becoming consumed by them unconsciously. He understood that painful memories continue affecting people because the mind and body keep reliving them internally, and modern nervous systems do this constantly. Some people react strongly to certain tones of voice without understanding why. Others feel anxious in specific environments. Some become emotionally defensive during harmless situations, not because they are irrational, but because the nervous system recognizes emotional similarities connected to past pain. The body remembers what the mind tries to move past quickly. This is why certain memories still carry physical reactions years later. The nervous system encoded those experiences emotionally. A painful breakup may still create tension around intimacy. A childhood criticism may still create anxiety around failure. A humiliating moment may still trigger shame unexpectedly. The body learned emotional lessons during those moments and continues acting from them automatically. Many people believe healing means never feeling emotionally triggered again. But nervous system healing is not about erasing memory completely. It is about changing the body's relationship with those memories, because unhealed emotional imprints often keep the nervous system partially trapped in the past. Some people unknowingly organize their entire adult life around avoiding old emotional pain, avoiding rejection, avoiding embarrassment, avoiding vulnerability, avoiding emotional exposure. The body becomes protective because certain experiences left deep nervous system imprints long ago. And the exhausting part is that many triggers happen beneath conscious awareness. The person may not even fully understand why they suddenly feel anxious, defensive, emotionally numb, angry, or overwhelmed. But the nervous system remembers. It recognizes emotional danger before logic has time to explain it. This is why healing cannot happen through logic alone. A person may intellectually understand that the past is over, while their nervous system still reacts as if protection is necessary. The Stoics taught observation instead of emotional panic. Epictetus believed peace becomes possible when people stop blindly identifying with every emotional reaction the mind produces. This becomes deeply important during triggers. Because many people become afraid of their own emotional responses, they judge themselves for still feeling affected, still hurting, still reacting. But the nervous system is not weak for remembering pain. It is human. Some experiences leave deep emotional imprints because they shaped how the body learned safety, trust, worth, or belonging. Healing begins when those reactions are met with awareness instead of shame. Noticing the body's response gently, understanding where the trigger came from, allowing the nervous system to feel emotion without becoming trapped inside it. Because emotional imprinting loses power when the body no longer treats the memory as present danger. This takes time. The nervous system heals through repeated experiences of safety. Slowly, the body learns. Not every raised voice means danger. Not every disagreement means abandonment. Not every silence means rejection. Not every emotional reminder means the past is happening again. And little by little, triggers lose some of their emotional intensity. The body stops reacting with the same level of panic. Breathing stabilizes more quickly. Emotional recovery becomes softer because the nervous system finally understands something it could not understand during the original pain. The danger has already passed. The Stoics believed inner peace comes through awareness, perspective, and emotional discipline, not emotional denial. They understood that suffering becomes heavier when people keep unconsciously reliving painful impressions without examining them calmly. And many people spend years trapped inside emotional echoes from experiences that ended long ago. Not because they are broken, but because the nervous system was trying to protect them. Perhaps this is why healing requires compassion toward the body. The nervous system carried emotional pain the only way it knew how. And eventually, peace begins when the body no longer mistakes old memories for current threats. When the nervous system finally realizes you survived that moment, you are no longer trapped inside it. And your life does not have to keep emotionally orbiting around wounds the body learned to fear years ago. And after years of carrying emotional imprints from the past, many people develop another exhausting survival pattern without realizing how deeply it damages the nervous system. They begin trying to become perfect. Not because perfection truly exists, but because somewhere inside, the body learned that mistakes feel emotionally dangerous. So the nervous system starts chasing impossible standards in hopes of finally feeling safe, accepted, respected, or worthy enough to relax. But perfectionism never creates peace. It silently destroys it. Because perfectionism is not simply wanting to do well. It is the constant internal pressure of believing that anything less than flawless may lead to rejection, failure, criticism, disappointment, or loss of value. And the nervous system carries this pressure every single day. Many perfectionists appear highly functional externally, responsible, successful, organized, driven. But internally, their nervous system rarely experiences true calmness. The mind constantly monitors performance, constantly searches for mistakes, constantly feels behind. Even achievements bring only temporary relief because the nervous system immediately shifts toward the next standard that must be met. Nothing ever feels fully complete, fully safe, fully enough. This creates chronic emotional tension inside the body. The Stoics valued excellence, but they understood the danger of attaching peace to impossible external standards. Marcus Aurelius focused on effort, character, and intention, not perfection. He understood that human beings are imperfect by nature. But perfectionistic nervous systems struggle deeply with imperfection, because perfectionism is often rooted in fear, not confidence. Fear of failure, fear of criticism, fear of embarrassment, fear of disappointing others, fear of becoming emotionally unsafe. Many people learned early in life that mistakes carried emotional consequences. Maybe they were heavily criticized, compared constantly, loved conditionally, praised mainly for achievement. So the nervous system adapted by becoming hyper-focused on avoiding error. The body learned, if I perform perfectly, I might finally avoid pain. And from that moment forward, the nervous system stops resting. Perfectionism creates endless psychological pressure because perfection itself is unattainable. There is always something more to fix, improve, optimize, correct, or worry about. The mind becomes trapped inside chronic self-monitoring. Even small imperfections feel emotionally threatening. A minor mistake ruins the entire day. Criticism feels deeply personal. Rest creates guilt because productivity became tied to worth. The nervous system lives in constant evaluation mode. And over time, the body becomes exhausted from carrying impossible expectations internally. Some perfectionists cannot even enjoy their accomplishments because their mind immediately focuses on flaws instead. What could have been better, what they missed, what still is not enough. The nervous system becomes emotionally addicted to self-pressure, And perhaps the saddest part is that perfectionism often receives praise from the outside world. People admire the discipline, the work ethic, the high standards, but very few see the nervous system underneath it, silently collapsing from relentless internal pressure. Because perfectionism rarely feels peaceful internally. It feels like survival. Some people become so afraid of imperfection that they stop fully living. They procrastinate because failure feels unbearable. Avoid trying new things unless success feels guaranteed. Overwork themselves constantly. Struggle relaxing even during rest. The nervous system becomes trapped in performance anxiety disguised as ambition. The Stoics understood something perfectionistic minds often forget. Human beings do not control outcomes perfectly. They only control effort, perspective, and integrity. Trying to control perfection itself creates suffering because life itself is imperfect. Relationships are imperfect. People are imperfect. Bodies are imperfect. Circumstances are imperfect. And nervous systems break under the pressure of demanding flawlessness from reality constantly. Healing begins when the body slowly realizes mistakes are not emotional death. Imperfection does not erase worth. Failure does not remove humanity. And rest does not need to be earned through exhaustion first. This realization feels deeply uncomfortable at first for perfectionistic nervous systems because pressure became familiar. The body fears that relaxing standards means becoming lazy, irresponsible, or unworthy. But slowly, something changes. The nervous system begins separating self-worth from performance. Breathing softens. The mind becomes quieter. Life feels less emotionally heavy because the body no longer treats every mistake like a threat to survival. The Stoics believed peace comes from accepting what it means to be human, not passive mediocrity, but compassionate realism, the understanding that growth matters more than flawlessness. And perhaps true calmness only becomes possible when the nervous system finally stops trying to earn safety through perfection. Because no human being can sustain impossible standards forever without emotionally collapsing underneath them. Eventually, the body becomes tired of fighting itself constantly, tired of proving, tired of performing, tired of carrying endless pressure. And healing begins the moment the nervous system understands. You were never meant to be perfect in order to deserve peace. You were only meant to be human. And after years of living under impossible standards, the nervous system develops another strange habit that many people secretly experience but rarely talk about openly. The mind suddenly replays old embarrassing moments at night, a conversation from years ago, an awkward mistake. Something awkward you said, a moment you looked foolish, a rejection, a failure. And without warning, the memory rushes back into the body as if it just happened yesterday. The chest tightens, the stomach sinks. Heat rises through the face, and the nervous system reacts with fresh emotional discomfort all over again, even though nobody else is thinking about that moment anymore. This confuses many people because logically they know the moment is over, yet emotionally the body still responds intensely. This happens because embarrassment creates a powerful emotional imprint inside the nervous system. Human beings are deeply wired for social survival. Long before modern society existed, rejection from the group could threaten safety itself. So the brain evolved to remember socially painful moments very carefully. The nervous system treats humiliation, rejection, and embarrassment like emotional threats. And when those experiences never fully emotionally resolve, the mind continues revisiting them later in quiet moments, especially at night, because nighttime removes distraction. During the day, stimulation keeps the mind occupied. Work, conversations, noise, responsibilities, screens, movement. But once silence arrives, unresolved emotional material rises back to the surface. The nervous system finally has enough quiet to replay what it never fully processed emotionally. The Stoics understood how dangerous uncontrolled mental replaying could become. Marcus Aurelius often warned himself not to become trapped inside repetitive thoughts that steal peace from the present moment. He understood that the mind often keeps wounds alive through repeated attention long after reality itself has moved on. And embarrassing memories survive through exactly this mechanism. Repeated emotional replay. Some people replay moments from decades ago with shocking emotional intensity, not because the event itself still matters externally, but because the nervous system never fully completed its emotional response internally. The body still carries traces of shame connected to the experience. This becomes especially intense for perfectionistic or approval-seeking nervous systems. People who fear judgment deeply tend to store embarrassing moments more intensely because social mistakes feel emotionally dangerous to them. The mind starts asking painful questions repeatedly. Why did I say that? What must they think of me? How could I have been so stupid? And each replay quietly reactivates nervous system stress all over again. The body does not always distinguish clearly between remembering emotional pain and reliving emotional pain. This is why nighttime overthinking feels so physically exhausting. The nervous system partially re-enters the emotional state connected to the original moment. Heart rate changes, muscles tense, stress hormones rise. Sleep becomes disrupted, and the body remains emotionally activated even though the threat no longer exists in reality. Some people experience this replaying so often that they become afraid of silence itself. Quietness gives unresolved thoughts room to surface, so the nervous system starts seeking distraction constantly to avoid emotional discomfort. Scrolling, noise, television, overworking. Anything to avoid being left alone with the mind at night. But the Stoics believed freedom begins when people stop running from their inner world and start observing it calmly instead. Embarrassing memories only gain deeper emotional power when they are treated like evidence of personal failure rather than ordinary human imperfection. And this is something the nervous system desperately needs to learn. Human beings are imperfect. Awkward moments happen, mistakes happen, social discomfort happens. The body suffers when it interprets every embarrassing experience as proof of unworthiness. Many people replay old moments because the nervous system is still trying to fix them internally. The mind searches endlessly for a better version of the past, a better sentence, a better reaction, a different outcome. But the past cannot be rewritten through mental punishment, and eventually the body becomes exhausted from fighting memories that no longer require survival responses. Healing begins when the nervous system stops treating embarrassment like lasting danger. This does not mean pretending painful moments never happened. It means allowing the memory to exist without emotionally attacking yourself every time it surfaces. The Stoics practiced self-awareness without self-cruelty. They examined mistakes honestly, learned from them, and then released them instead of endlessly reliving them. This creates nervous system relief. Because most embarrassing moments that haunt people internally were forgotten by everyone else long ago. But the nervous system kept carrying them alone. And slowly the body begins understanding something deeply healing. You survived the moment. The embarrassment ended. Your humanity was never destroyed by imperfection, and little by little, nighttime becomes softer. The mind stops replaying old scenes with the same emotional intensity. Silence feels less threatening. The nervous system no longer treats every old memory like unfinished danger. because peace becomes possible the moment the body finally realizes. You do not need to keep punishing yourself for being human years after the moment already passed. And after years of replaying old mistakes and embarrassing moments, many people slowly become trapped inside another exhausting mental habit. They start watching themselves constantly, monitoring every thought, every emotion, every reaction, every word, every facial expression, every social interaction, as if the mind has become both the person living life and the critic endlessly observing it at the same time. This is the emotional exhaustion of being too self-aware. Not healthy awareness, not emotional intelligence, but constant internal self-monitoring that quietly turns the nervous system against itself. Many people believe self-awareness automatically leads to peace, but when awareness loses softness and becomes obsessive observation, the mind stops feeling like a home and starts feeling like surveillance. The nervous system never fully relaxes because part of the brain is always analyzing the self. How did I sound? Did I say too much? Did I seem awkward? Was my reaction strange? Do they think differently about me now? And the body quietly absorbs the tension created by this endless psychological monitoring. The Stoics valued self-examination deeply, but they also understood the importance of inner stillness. Marcus Aurelius reflected on his thoughts to create clarity, not self-torture. Modern nervous systems often lose that balance completely. Instead of observing thoughts calmly, many people become trapped inside relentless self-analysis, and eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from never being allowed to simply exist naturally. Some people cannot fully enjoy conversations because they are too busy analyzing themselves during the interaction. They monitor tone, body language, timing, expressions. They leave conversations mentally replaying everything they said afterward. Not because they are shallow or dramatic, but because the nervous system became hyper-focused on social survival and emotional self-protection. This often develops in people who grew up around criticism, unpredictability, rejection, or emotional invalidation. The nervous system learns that being emotionally wrong carries consequences, so the mind adapts by becoming hyper-aware, always scanning for mistakes, always monitoring behavior, always trying to prevent rejection before it happens. But over time, self-awareness becomes psychological pressure instead of emotional wisdom. The body stays tense because the nervous system never feels free to fully relax into authenticity. Some people become so self-aware that they struggle feeling spontaneous anymore. Every action becomes mentally filtered. Every emotion becomes analyzed. Even rest becomes something the mind evaluates instead of experiences. And eventually, emotional exhaustion appears. Because no human nervous system can remain under constant internal observation without becoming tired. The body begins carrying invisible pressure every moment of the day. This is one reason highly self-aware people often struggle with overthinking, anxiety, emotional fatigue, and chronic mental exhaustion. Their nervous system spends enormous energy monitoring the self constantly instead of simply living. The mind becomes crowded with self-consciousness. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that excessive self-awareness often disconnects people from real emotional presence. Instead of experiencing life directly, they experience themselves experiencing life. The nervous system never fully arrives in the moment because attention keeps turning inward towards self-analysis. The Stoics believed peace requires emotional discipline, but they also understood that inner calm disappears when the mind becomes consumed by endless mental disturbance. And constant self-monitoring is a form of disturbance. The body becomes emotionally fragmented. One part is speaking. Another part is analyzing the speaking. One part is feeling. Another part is judging the feeling. The nervous system loses simplicity. Some people even become emotionally disconnected because they overanalyze emotions instead of allowing themselves to actually feel them naturally. They intellectualize pain instead of processing it, analyze sadness instead of comforting themselves through it. The body stays emotionally tense because it is constantly being mentally inspected. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly stops treating every interaction like a performance evaluation. Not every moment needs analysis. Not every emotion needs correction. Not every awkward moment needs endless replaying. And not every thought deserves investigation. This realization creates enormous nervous system relief. The body begins softening because the mind finally stops emotionally interrogating itself every second of the day. The Stoics practiced awareness with compassion. They observed the self honestly without becoming psychologically trapped inside endless self-judgment. That balance matters deeply, because awareness without kindness becomes emotional exhaustion, and slowly the nervous system begins learning how to exist more naturally again. Conversations feel lighter, thoughts become quieter, presence returns. The body stops carrying constant internal pressure to monitor every detail of itself. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional freedom, no longer needing to constantly observe yourself in order to feel safe. No longer treating your own humanity like a problem that must always be corrected. Because true peace is not found through endless self-analysis. Sometimes peace begins the moment the nervous system finally allows you to simply be a human being, without watching yourself so intensely all the time. And after years of constantly monitoring themselves, many people unknowingly begin building their entire life around one exhausting emotional force: fear. Fear becomes the engine behind their discipline, their productivity, their ambition, their success, their routines. From the outside, they appear driven and highly motivated. But internally, the nervous system is not moving from peace, purpose, or inspiration. It is running from danger, running from failure, running from rejection, running from shame, running from becoming not enough. And over time, the body becomes deeply exhausted because fear-based motivation keeps the nervous system trapped in survival mode permanently. This is one of the most misunderstood forms of emotional burnout. Many people think motivation is always healthy simply because it creates results. But the nervous system does not only respond to achievement, it responds to the emotional energy driving the achievement. And fear creates constant internal pressure. There are people who work hard not because they love what they do, but because slowing down makes them feel worthless. People who overachieve because failure feels emotionally terrifying. People who stay productive because rest triggers guilt and anxiety. The body becomes addicted to movement because stillness forces them to face fears they have been outrunning for years. This is not true inner peace. It is psychological survival disguised as ambition. The Stoics believed discipline should come from wisdom and inner alignment, not panic. Marcus Aurelius practiced self-control from a place of clarity, not emotional self-hatred. But many modern nervous systems are fueled by fear without even realizing it. Fear becomes normalized. The body learns, if I stop pushing myself, something bad will happen. So the nervous system keeps running constantly. Even success brings little relief because fear-based motivation never truly feels complete. The mind immediately moves toward the next thing that must be achieved to maintain emotional safety. The next goal, the next accomplishment, the next proof of worth. And eventually, the body becomes emotionally exhausted from surviving its own life. This is why some highly productive people secretly feel empty. Their nervous system never learned how to feel alive without pressure. They only know how to function under urgency. Without deadlines, fear, pressure, or emotional threat, they suddenly feel restless or lost because the body became dependent on survival chemistry. Stress hormones became the fuel source. The nervous system mistakes adrenaline for purpose, but surviving is not the same as living. Survival mode narrows life into constant problem solving. The body focuses on avoiding pain instead of experiencing presence, connection, creativity, or peace. Everything becomes emotionally transactional. Am I doing enough? Am I succeeding enough? Am I safe yet? And because fear never truly says enough, the nervous system keeps pushing endlessly. Many people raised in emotionally stressful environments unknowingly become adults who can only access motivation through fear. Maybe love was conditional, maybe mistakes were punished harshly, maybe achievement became the only path toward validation or safety. So the nervous system learned pressure equals survival. Relaxation equals danger. And later in life, these people often struggle deeply with rest because the body no longer trusts calmness emotionally. Even vacations feel stressful. Days off create guilt. Peace feels unfamiliar. The nervous system keeps searching for the next pressure source because survival mode became emotionally familiar. The Stoics understood that peace cannot coexist with endless emotional attachment to external outcomes. Epictetus warned that people become slaves to whatever controls their inner state. And fear-based motivation creates exactly this kind of slavery. The nervous system becomes controlled by avoidance instead of freedom, avoiding failure, avoiding criticism, avoiding insignificance, avoiding emotional pain. But life built entirely around avoidance slowly disconnects people from genuine joy. Because fear may create movement, but it rarely creates fulfillment. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes it no longer needs fear to function. This can feel deeply uncomfortable at first. Without pressure, many people suddenly feel emotionally unmotivated because the body does not yet know how to move from peace instead of panic. But little by little, something changes. The nervous system begins discovering another kind of energy, a calmer energy, an energy rooted in meaning instead of fear, curiosity instead of pressure, purpose instead of panic, presence instead of survival. The body starts understanding that productivity does not need to come from self-threats. You do not need to emotionally terrorize yourself to deserve growth. You do not need constant fear to remain valuable. And perhaps this is one of the deepest nervous system shifts a person can experience. Learning how to live without constantly running from emotional danger. The Stoics believed true strength comes from inner steadiness, not endless struggle. A peaceful mind often moves more wisely than an exhausted one trapped in fear. Because eventually, the body becomes tired of surviving constantly, tired of functioning from anxiety, tired of carrying invisible emotional pressure every waking moment. And healing begins when the nervous system finally understands. You are allowed to build a life driven by peace, not just fear of falling apart. And after years of living through fear-based motivation, many people slowly lose touch with something essential inside themselves. Their emotional truth. Not because the emotions disappeared, but because the nervous system became trained to suppress them in order to keep functioning. They suppress sadness to stay productive, suppress anger to avoid conflict, suppress fear to appear strong, suppress exhaustion to keep meeting expectations. And for a while, this survival strategy seems effective. The person keeps moving, keeps working, keeps smiling, keeps handling responsibilities. But underneath the surface, the body keeps carrying every unspoken emotion silently. And eventually, emotional suppression becomes physical exhaustion, because emotions do not disappear simply because the mind ignores them. The nervous system still experiences them, the body still stores them. This is one of the deepest misunderstandings many people have about emotional strength. They believe strength means suppressing feelings completely. But the Stoics never taught emotional denial. They taught emotional awareness. Marcus Aurelius constantly observed his emotions honestly instead of pretending they did not exist. Stoicism was about responding wisely to emotion, not emotionally abandoning yourself. But many modern nervous systems learned a different lesson entirely. Keep going. Do not complain. Do not be emotional. Do not let anyone see weakness. So people disconnect from their own emotional experience in order to survive pressure, and slowly the body becomes emotionally overloaded. Some people become so skilled at suppression that they no longer even recognize what they truly feel. They only notice the symptoms: constant fatigue, tension headaches, muscle tightness, brain fog, emotional numbness, sleep problems, irritability. The nervous system starts collapsing physically because it has been carrying unprocessed emotional pressure for too long. Emotions are biological experiences, not just mental ones. Fear changes breathing. Anger changes muscle tension. Sadness changes energy levels. Stress changes hormones. The body reacts emotionally long before the conscious mind fully understands what is happening. And when emotions are repeatedly suppressed instead of processed, the nervous system stays trapped in incomplete emotional activation. The body never fully resolves the stress internally. This is why emotionally suppressed people often feel exhausted even when their life appears manageable externally. The exhaustion is not only from tasks, it is from emotional weight. Weight the body was never allowed to release safely. Some people carry grief for years while pretending they are fine. Others carry resentment hidden underneath politeness. Some suppress loneliness. Others suppress fear. And because the nervous system never gets permission to process these emotions honestly, the body remains chronically tense underneath daily life. The Stoics believed peace required truthfulness with oneself. Epictetus taught that people suffer deeply when they refuse to honestly face their inner reality. But emotional suppression creates exactly this kind of internal conflict. One part of the nervous system feels pain. Another part demands silence. One part needs rest. Another part says, keep functioning. One part wants emotional release. Another part fears vulnerability. This inner war drains enormous energy from the body. Some people even become emotionally numb because suppression disconnects them not only from painful emotions, but from joy, softness, and emotional presence too. The nervous system stops fully feeling in order to survive, and eventually life begins feeling emotionally distant. The body becomes tired in ways sleep alone cannot repair. Healing begins when emotional honesty finally becomes safe. Not emotional chaos, not uncontrolled reactions, but honest acknowledgement. I'm hurt. I'm overwhelmed. I'm angry. I'm grieving. I'm tired. These simple truths often release nervous system pressure immediately because the body no longer has to fight itself internally. The nervous system softens when emotions are allowed to move instead of becoming trapped. Crying softens tension. Speaking honestly softens pressure. Rest softens emotional overload. Even simply admitting pain to yourself creates relief because the body no longer has to carry emotional secrecy alone. This is why emotional honesty is healing, not because it removes all suffering instantly, but because it ends the exhausting internal performance of pretending emotions do not exist. The Stoics understood that avoiding emotional reality only strengthens suffering. Real strength is not emotional suppression. Real strength is remaining grounded while facing your inner world truthfully. And perhaps this is why so many emotionally exhausted people feel physically drained all the time. Their nervous system has spent years carrying emotions it was never allowed to express safely. The body became a storage place for unspoken pain. But slowly, healing becomes possible. The chest softens, breathing deepens, sleep improves. The nervous system stops fighting itself constantly, because peace begins the moment the body realizes you no longer have to suppress your humanity in order to survive. You are allowed to feel honestly without treating your emotions like weaknesses that must be hidden away forever. And after years of suppressing emotions just to keep peace, many people unconsciously develop another exhausting emotional burden. The need to be liked by everyone, not simply appreciated, not simply respected, liked, accepted, approved of, emotionally welcomed everywhere they go. And while this may appear harmless on the surface, the nervous system quietly suffers underneath the pressure of trying to maintain universal acceptance. Because human beings were never designed to emotionally survive through constant social performance. Yet many people spend their entire life trying to avoid disapproval at all costs. They carefully monitor how others react to them, avoid saying things that may upset people, suppress honest emotions, overgive emotionally, over-apologize, shape-shift depending on the environment, not because they are fake, but because the nervous system learned that rejection feels emotionally dangerous. This is the silent anxiety behind people-pleasing. The body stays hyper-alert because belonging feels fragile. The Stoics understood something deeply important about human nature. People's opinions constantly change. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often that trying to control how everyone perceives you is a losing battle that destroys inner peace. But approval-seeking nervous systems struggle to accept this emotionally, because somewhere earlier in life, being liked became connected to emotional safety. Maybe conflict felt dangerous. Maybe rejection felt painful. Maybe love was inconsistent. So the nervous system adapted by becoming emotionally agreeable in order to reduce the risk of abandonment or criticism. The body learned, if people like me, I stay emotionally safe. And from that moment forward, the nervous system began carrying the impossible responsibility of trying to keep everyone comfortable. This creates enormous internal strain, because no human being can maintain universal approval. Yet many people unconsciously try anyway. They become emotionally exhausted from overthinking interactions constantly. Did I upset them? Do they still like me? Should I have said that differently? Am I too much? Am I not enough? The mind becomes trapped inside endless social self-monitoring, and eventually, the nervous system loses its ability to relax naturally around people. Even ordinary interactions start feeling emotionally loaded. Some people become so afraid of disapproval that they stop expressing their real personality completely. They hide opinions, hide needs, hide boundaries, hide emotions. Not because they lack identity, but because the nervous system became terrified of rejection. This is why people-pleasers often feel emotionally disconnected from themselves. The body becomes focused on managing other people's comfort instead of honoring its own truth. And over time, exhaustion appears, because constantly adjusting yourself to secure approval requires continuous nervous system effort. The Stoics believed peace begins when self-worth stops depending entirely on external reactions. Epictetus taught that emotional freedom becomes possible when a person stops surrendering inner stability to the opinions of others. But people-pleasing nervous systems live in constant emotional anticipation, watching reactions, avoiding conflict, trying not to disappoint anyone. And the body carries invisible anxiety every moment because approval can never be guaranteed permanently. Some people become physically tense before social interactions without fully understanding why. Their nervous system automatically prepares for judgment, rejection, or emotional discomfort. The body treats social uncertainty like emotional survival pressure. This becomes especially painful because the need to be liked often prevents authentic connection too. People connect with the version of you that feels safest to present, not always the real you underneath. And eventually, loneliness grows. Because the nervous system realizes something painful. Being liked is not always the same as being truly known. Healing begins when the body slowly stops treating disapproval like emotional catastrophe. This is incredibly difficult at first for nervous systems trained around social survival. Saying no feels dangerous. Disappointing people feels terrifying. Being misunderstood feels emotionally heavy. But little by little, the body begins learning something new. You can survive disapproval. You can survive being misunderstood. You can survive not being liked by everyone. And as this realization deepens, nervous system pressure begins softening. Conversations feel less performative. The mind becomes quieter afterward. Boundaries become easier. Authenticity becomes less frightening. Because the body no longer believes every relationship depends on perfect emotional management. The Stoics understood that peace requires accepting something many anxious nervous systems resist deeply. Not everyone will approve of you, and that is okay, because trying to secure universal acceptance costs far too much nervous system energy. It steals honesty, steals rest, steals identity, steals peace. And perhaps true emotional freedom begins the moment the body realizes you do not need to be liked by everyone in order to deserve calmness, belonging, or love. You only need to stop abandoning yourself, trying to earn what was never meant to depend on perfection in the first place. And after years of trying to be liked, accepted, understood, and emotionally approved of by everyone, many nervous systems slowly lose the ability to tolerate something very simple: silence. Not because silence is dangerous, but because the mind has become so filled with noise that quietness now feels emotionally unfamiliar. There are people who cannot sit in silence for even a few minutes without immediately reaching for distraction: a phone, music, videos, conversations, scrolling, background noise, something to keep the mind occupied. Because once the noise stops, the nervous system suddenly becomes aware of everything it has been trying not to feel. The exhaustion, the anxiety, the loneliness, the unresolved thoughts, the emotional clutter, and instead of experiencing silence as peace, the body experiences it as discomfort. This is the psychological impact of constant mental noise. The nervous system was never designed to absorb endless stimulation every waking hour. Yet modern life floods the mind continuously. Notifications, opinions, arguments, news, entertainment, pressure, comparison, information. The brain rarely receives uninterrupted stillness anymore, and over time, the nervous system becomes emotionally dependent on constant input. Not because stimulation creates real peace, but because it temporarily distracts the body from internal tension. The Stoics understood the value of silence deeply. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inwardly from external chaos because he knew clarity only becomes possible when the mind is not drowning in endless noise. But modern nervous systems rarely experience this kind of mental spaciousness. The mind stays crowded constantly, Even while resting, many people continue consuming stimulation automatically. The body never fully settles because attention never fully stops moving, and eventually silence begins feeling emotionally strange. Some people even become anxious during quiet moments, not because silence itself harms them, but because silence removes distraction. Without external noise, unresolved thoughts become louder. Emotions become more noticeable. The nervous system suddenly hears everything it has been carrying underneath the stimulation. This is why many overstimulated people feel restless during peaceful moments. A quiet room feels uncomfortable. A slow evening feels emotionally empty. Stillness creates tension instead of calmness, because the body became conditioned to constant mental movement. The nervous system no longer knows how to simply exist without stimulation, and this creates deep emotional exhaustion over time. The brain never fully recovers because attention remains fragmented all day long. Thoughts become scattered. Focus weakens. Patience decreases. Emotional regulation becomes harder. The nervous system stays partially activated because the mind never truly powers down. Some people become so overstimulated that they lose connection with simple emotional presence completely. A beautiful moment happens, but attention drifts elsewhere immediately. Conversations become half-experienced. Meals become distractions instead of experiences. Life starts feeling emotionally distant because the nervous system is too crowded to fully absorb reality anymore. This is the hidden damage of mental clutter. The body loses emotional spaciousness. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people fear silence without realizing why. Silence feels unfamiliar because the nervous system became emotionally attached to noise as protection. Noise keeps the mind occupied, keeps emotions buried, keeps unresolved thoughts hidden beneath stimulation, but eventually the body becomes exhausted from constantly running from itself. The Stoics believed inner peace required learning how to sit with your own mind calmly, not fighting thoughts, not escaping emotions endlessly, but becoming steady enough internally that silence no longer feels threatening. This is difficult for modern nervous systems because overstimulation changed what feels emotionally normal. Chaos feels normal. Noise feels normal. Constant input feels normal. But peace feels unfamiliar. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly relearns quietness again. Not forced silence, not emotional isolation, but intentional moments without endless stimulation. Moments where the body can finally hear itself clearly again. At first, this feels uncomfortable. The mind searches for distraction automatically. Thoughts feel louder. Restlessness rises. Because the nervous system is detoxing from constant mental consumption. But slowly, something changes. The body softens. Breathing deepens. Thoughts become less aggressive. The nervous system stops craving stimulation every second, and eventually silence transforms from discomfort into relief. The body begins discovering something it had forgotten completely. Peace was never hidden inside more noise. It was waiting underneath the noise all along. The Stoics understood that clarity emerges when the mind stops endlessly consuming the world and finally returns inward with steadiness. Because a nervous system flooded with constant stimulation cannot hear its own truth clearly. And perhaps this is why so many people feel emotionally disconnected today, not because they lack answers, but because their mind has not experienced enough silence to hear themselves honestly in a very long time. Healing begins the moment the body realizes silence is not emptiness. Silence is where the nervous system finally remembers how to breathe again. And once silence begins feeling unfamiliar, the mind often develops another painful habit to fill the empty space. It starts thinking constantly, not peaceful reflection, not healthy problem-solving, but relentless overthinking that slowly turns the nervous system against itself. The mind keeps replaying, analyzing, predicting, questioning, second-guessing, trying to solve emotions through endless mental activity, and over time, thinking itself becomes exhausting. Many people believe overthinking is simply a personality trait. They call themselves deep thinkers or people who think too much. But chronic overthinking is often a nervous system trapped in emotional survival mode. The body keeps searching for certainty through mental control. It believes that if it thinks hard enough, long enough, carefully enough, it can finally avoid pain. But instead of creating safety, overthinking slowly becomes emotional self-attack, because the nervous system never gets rest. The Stoics understood the danger of uncontrolled thought patterns. Marcus Aurelius constantly practiced observing thoughts instead of automatically believing every fear, assumption, or emotional reaction the mind produced. But anxious nervous systems struggle deeply with this. The mind starts treating every thought like an emergency that must be solved immediately. What if I made the wrong decision? What if something goes wrong? What if they are upset with me? What if I fail? What if I missed something important? The brain becomes trapped inside endless mental loops, and the body quietly absorbs all the pressure those thoughts create. Overthinking often feels productive emotionally because the nervous system mistakes mental activity for protection. The person believes they are preparing or figuring things out. But most chronic overthinking does not create clarity, it creates exhaustion. Because the nervous system stays activated for hours, fighting problems that often do not even exist in reality yet. Some people overthink conversations repeatedly long after they end. Others mentally rehearse future situations endlessly. Some replay mistakes over and over, trying to emotionally rewrite the past. The mind becomes a battlefield with no off switch, and eventually the nervous system starts collapsing underneath the constant psychological pressure. This collapse does not always happen dramatically. Sometimes it appears quietly. Brain fog, fatigue, emotional numbness, difficulty concentrating, irritability, sleep problems, anxiety. The body becomes overwhelmed because the nervous system was never designed to process non-stop emotional analysis every waking hour. Overthinking is especially destructive because the body reacts physically to imagined scenarios. The nervous system does not fully distinguish between a real emotional threat and a vividly imagined one. So every fearful thought creates real biological stress. Stress hormones rise, muscles tighten, breathing changes. The nervous system enters defense mode again and again throughout the day. This is why chronic overthinkers often feel exhausted even during physically calm days. The body spent the entire day emotionally fighting invisible battles inside the mind. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that overthinking often becomes self-directed cruelty. The mind attacks itself constantly. You should have done better. You ruined everything. You are not enough. You are falling behind. You cannot relax yet. The nervous system absorbs these thoughts like emotional poison, because human beings were never meant to live with an inner voice that behaves like a relentless enemy. The Stoics believed emotional suffering increases when people stop observing thoughts wisely and start becoming consumed by them unconsciously. Epictetus taught that thoughts themselves are not always reality, but overthinking nervous systems forget this completely. Every fear feels real. Every possibility feels urgent. Every uncertainty feels dangerous. And eventually, the body becomes emotionally overloaded from non-stop internal pressure. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly learns that not every thought deserves attention. This is incredibly difficult at first, because overthinking often feels emotionally protective. Letting go of mental control creates anxiety, because the body fears uncertainty. But slowly, the nervous system begins understanding something deeply healing. Thinking more does not always create safety. Sometimes it only creates suffering. The body starts learning how to pause instead of mentally chasing every fear, to breathe instead of analyze endlessly, to observe thoughts without emotionally attaching to all of them immediately. And little by little, nervous system pressure begins softening. The mind becomes quieter. Sleep deepens. The body stops carrying constant internal warfare. Because true peace does not come from solving every possible uncertainty through endless thinking. Peace begins when the nervous system no longer treats every thought like a threat that must be emotionally survived. The Stoics understood that wisdom is not found through constant mental chaos. It is found through inner steadiness, the ability to remain calm even when uncertainty exists. And perhaps this is why chronic overthinking eventually destroys emotional energy so deeply. The mind becomes trapped in survival against itself. But healing begins the moment the body realizes you do not need to mentally fight yourself every second of the day in order to stay safe. Sometimes the deepest form of peace is finally allowing the mind to rest from constantly attacking itself. And after months or years of chronic overthinking, the nervous system eventually reaches a dangerous level of exhaustion where even the smallest problems begin feeling emotionally overwhelming. A delayed message suddenly feels deeply upsetting. A minor inconvenience ruins the entire day. A small disagreement feels emotionally crushing. Tiny responsibilities feel impossible to handle. And the person quietly wonders, why am I reacting this strongly? Because when the nervous system becomes overloaded, the body loses emotional capacity. This is emotional magnification under stress. The problem itself may be small, but the nervous system responding to it is already carrying enormous exhaustion underneath the surface, and exhausted nervous systems struggle to regulate emotional intensity properly. The Stoics understood this deeply. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself that external events are not always the true source of suffering. Sometimes the condition of the mind determines the size of the emotional reaction, and an overwhelmed nervous system turns ordinary stress into emotional heaviness very quickly. This is why overloaded people often feel emotionally fragile, even when they are trying hard to stay strong. The body has simply reached its limit. There are people carrying so much internal tension that one small inconvenience becomes the emotional tipping point. Not because the inconvenience itself is devastating, but because the nervous system no longer has reserve energy left to absorb additional stress calmly. Imagine a cup already filled to the very top with water. Even one extra drop causes overflow. This is what chronic nervous system overload feels like emotionally. The body becomes hypersensitive because it has spent too long carrying unresolved pressure without recovery. Some people blame themselves harshly for this. They think they are weak, too emotional, too sensitive. But emotional overload is not weakness. It is accumulated stress without restoration. The nervous system can only carry so much pressure before emotional regulation starts breaking down. Sleep deprivation worsens it. Chronic anxiety worsens it. Overthinking worsens it. Emotional suppression worsens it. Constant stimulation worsens it. And eventually, the body reaches a point where even normal life stress begins feeling emotionally enormous. This is why exhausted people often cry over things they normally would handle easily, not because they are irrational, but because the nervous system is depleted. The body has been surviving too long without enough recovery, softness, or safety. The Stoics believed emotional steadiness requires protecting the inner world carefully, but overloaded nervous systems rarely receive that kind of care. Most people simply keep pushing themselves harder, keep functioning, keep performing, keep surviving, until the body finally starts reacting intensely to even small stresses. Some people become emotionally reactive in traffic, overwhelmed by simple decisions, frustrated by ordinary conversations, unable to focus clearly. The nervous system loses resilience because constant overload reduces emotional tolerance dramatically. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people judge themselves most harshly, exactly when their nervous system needs compassion most. Instead of recognizing exhaustion, they attack themselves internally. Why can't I handle this? What's wrong with me? I used to be stronger. But the body is not malfunctioning. It is signaling depletion. An overloaded nervous system magnifies problems because survival mode narrows emotional perspective. The brain becomes hyper-focused on stress, danger, pressure, and discomfort. Small issues begin feeling larger because the body no longer feels emotionally grounded enough to process them calmly. This is biological, not personal failure. The Stoics understood that peace requires emotional balance, not endless endurance. Even the strongest mind loses clarity when the nervous system remains overloaded for too long. Healing begins when people stop treating themselves like machines. The body is not designed for endless emotional strain without restoration. Rest matters. Stillness matters. Boundaries matter. Emotional honesty matters. Nervous system recovery matters. Because overloaded people often keep demanding more from themselves while giving their body less and less compassion. And eventually, emotional collapse appears quietly, not always dramatic. Sometimes it looks like constant irritability, numbness, exhaustion, hopelessness, or feeling emotionally overwhelmed by things that once felt manageable. But little by little, the nervous system can recover, not through more pressure, not through self-criticism, but through reducing emotional overload consistently, through slower mornings, less stimulation, more silence, more sleep, safer relationships, gentler self-talk. The body begins rebuilding emotional capacity slowly, and eventually small problems stop feeling emotionally catastrophic again, because the nervous system finally has enough internal space to respond calmly instead of react from depletion. The Stoics believed wisdom includes recognizing human limits honestly. A peaceful mind is not created through endless pressure. It is created through balance. And perhaps this is one of the deepest truths exhausted people need to hear. You are not failing because small things feel heavy right now. Your nervous system is simply tired from carrying too much for too long, and healing begins the moment the body finally receives permission to stop surviving everything alone without rest. And after the nervous system becomes overloaded for too long, another quiet panic often begins living underneath everyday life. The feeling of being behind financially, behind emotionally, behind socially, behind in success, behind in healing, behind in life itself. And even when nothing dangerous is happening externally, the body continues carrying constant internal pressure, as if time itself is running out. This is time anxiety. A subconscious fear that life is moving faster than you are. The nervous system becomes trapped inside comparison, urgency, and invisible panic because the mind constantly measures where you are against where you believe you should be by now. And slowly, the body loses its ability to rest. Because feeling behind creates chronic emotional tension. There are people who cannot enjoy the present moment because part of their mind is always calculating lost time. What if I wasted too many years? What if I'm too late? What if everyone else is moving ahead without me? What if I never catch up? These thoughts quietly activate the nervous system every day. The body begins living as if existence itself has become a race. And no matter how much the person accomplishes, the pressure rarely disappears completely because comparison keeps moving the finish line further away. The Stoics deeply understood the human fear of time. Marcus Aurelius constantly reflected on how quickly life passes, not to create panic, but to create presence. He believed awareness of time should guide people toward peace and meaningful living, not endless anxiety. But modern nervous systems often experience time very differently. Time becomes pressure, deadlines, comparison, achievement, fear of missing out, fear of failure, fear of falling behind everyone else. The body carries this pressure constantly. Some people rush through life so intensely that they no longer know how to experience life slowly. Even moments of rest feel emotionally uncomfortable because the nervous system interprets stillness as falling behind. Relaxation creates guilt. Rest feels unproductive. Peace feels undeserved. The mind keeps saying, "You should be doing more. You are wasting time. You are not where you should be yet." And eventually, the nervous system becomes emotionally exhausted from constantly fighting against time itself. This often begins through comparison, watching others succeed, marry, build careers, heal, achieve milestones. And without realizing it, the mind starts creating invisible timelines for how life should unfold. By this age, I should have more. By now, I should feel different. I should be further ahead. And every deviation from those expectations quietly creates nervous system stress. The body begins treating personal timing like personal failure. This creates enormous emotional instability because life does not unfold in perfectly synchronized timelines. Human beings grow differently, heal differently, learn differently, struggle differently. But comparison-based nervous systems rarely remember this. They become trapped inside subconscious panic, always trying to catch up, always feeling late, always fearing they are running out of time emotionally. This pressure affects the body deeply. Sleep becomes restless. Thoughts become urgent. Breathing becomes shallow. The nervous system stays activated because the mind keeps treating life like an emergency. Some people even lose connection with their own authentic desires because they become too focused on externally measured progress. They stop asking, "What kind of life actually brings me peace?" and start asking, "How do I keep up?" The Stoics believed peace comes from alignment with your own nature, not endless competition with the lives of others. Epictetus taught that suffering increases when people tie their peace to things outside their true control. And comparison-based timelines are one of the greatest modern examples of this, because no matter how fast you move, there will always be someone seemingly further ahead. The nervous system becomes trapped, chasing an emotional finish line that never truly arrives. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people spend so much energy fearing wasted time that they accidentally stop fully living the time they still have. The body stays emotionally future-focused, always trying to arrive, rarely allowing itself to simply exist. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly stops treating life like a race against everyone else. This does not mean abandoning growth or ambition. It means releasing the panic, releasing the emotional violence of constantly feeling inadequate because your journey unfolded differently than expected. The body begins softening when it realizes there is no universal timeline for becoming human. Some people heal later, find purpose later, find peace later, find love later, and none of this means life is failing. The Stoics understood that time becomes meaningful through presence, not panic. A peaceful life is not measured only by speed, achievement, or comparison. It is measured by how fully you are able to live without constantly emotionally abandoning yourself, trying to catch up. And slowly the nervous system begins calming. The pressure loosens, the urgency softens. The body stops treating every passing year like proof of failure. Because perhaps true peace begins the moment the nervous system realizes you were never meant to race your way into worthiness. Life is not something you win by arriving first. And healing begins the moment the body finally allows itself to live at a human pace again. And after years of feeling behind in life, many people develop another habit that slowly reshapes the nervous system without them even noticing. They begin rushing through everything, rushing through mornings, rushing through meals, rushing through conversations, rushing through rest, rushing through life itself, as if slowing down would somehow make them lose control, fall behind, or become less valuable. And over time, the body adapts to this constant urgency. The nervous system becomes wired for tension, because rushing is not only a behavior, it is a biological state. When a person lives in constant hurry, the body interprets life as an ongoing emergency. Stress hormones rise repeatedly, breathing becomes shallow, muscles stay tight, thoughts accelerate. The nervous system stops experiencing calmness as normal. Urgency becomes the default emotional setting. Many people no longer realize how fast they are living internally because the body adapted to chronic speed years ago. Even during moments that should feel peaceful, the mind keeps pushing forward. What's next? What else needs to be done? Why are you wasting time? The nervous system becomes addicted to movement because stillness now feels emotionally uncomfortable. The Stoics understood the danger of this kind of inner rushing. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself to move through life deliberately instead of allowing external pressure to dominate his inner state. He believed a calm mind thinks more clearly than an agitated one. But modern nervous systems are constantly pressured toward speed, more productivity, more efficiency, more multitasking, more stimulation, and slowly, people stop living at a human pace. The body carries invisible tension all day long. Some people even walk quickly when there is no reason to hurry, eat without tasting food, listen without fully hearing, rest while mentally working. Their nervous system never fully arrives anywhere because it is always emotionally moving toward the next thing. This creates deep exhaustion over time, because rushing tells the body something important repeatedly. There is no time to relax. And when the nervous system hears that message every day for years, calmness begins feeling unnatural. The body stays partially contracted constantly. This affects everything. Sleep quality decreases because the nervous system struggles slowing down at night. Emotional patience weakens because the body remains overstimulated. Joy becomes harder to access because presence requires slowness. Relationships suffer because emotionally rushed people rarely feel fully available. The nervous system loses softness, and perhaps the saddest part is that many people become so identified with rushing that they mistake tension for ambition. They call themselves hard-working, driven, productive, but underneath the movement is often a nervous system terrified of slowing down, because slowing down creates space to feel, to notice exhaustion, to notice sadness, to notice loneliness, to notice how disconnected the body has become from peace. So the rushing continues. The Stoics believed inner peace requires emotional steadiness, not endless acceleration. Epictetus taught that external pressure only controls people when they surrender their inner rhythm to it completely. But rushing nervous systems live according to pressure instead of presence. Everything becomes urgent emotionally. Even unnecessary things feel loaded with pressure. The body loses its natural pacing. This is why chronically rushed people often feel physically tense, even during ordinary moments. The nervous system became conditioned to permanent urgency. Some people wake up already stressed before the day even begins, not because something terrible happened, but because the body forgot how to begin life slowly. Healing begins when the nervous system relearns slowness safely, not laziness, not avoidance, intentional slowing. Breathing before reacting, walking without urgency, eating without distraction. Speaking more slowly, resting without guilt. At first, this feels deeply uncomfortable for overstimulated nervous systems. The body may feel restless, impatient, emotionally exposed, because slowing down interrupts the addiction to urgency. But little by little, something begins changing. Breathing deepens naturally. Thoughts become clearer. The chest softens. The nervous system stops preparing for constant emergency, and eventually, the body begins remembering something it forgot a long time ago. Life was never meant to be survived at maximum speed. The Stoics understood that wisdom moves calmly because panic clouds perception. A peaceful nervous system notices more, feels more clearly, and suffers less unnecessarily. And perhaps this is why rushing quietly destroys calmness. Because the faster the nervous system moves, the harder it becomes to actually experience life. Moments blur together. Peace disappears. The body lives in permanent preparation instead of presence. But healing begins when the nervous system finally understands. You are allowed to slow down without becoming less worthy. You are allowed to breathe without racing toward the next thing constantly. Because true peace is not found at the end of endless rushing. It is found the moment the body finally stops treating every second of life like an emergency. And after years of rushing through life, many people quietly continue carrying something else that keeps the nervous system emotionally heavy. Old versions of themselves. The version that failed. The version that was rejected. The version that embarrassed themselves. The version that was insecure, lost, anxious, desperate, ashamed, heartbroken, or emotionally broken. Even when life changes externally, the nervous system often continues dragging these identities forward internally, and slowly the body becomes exhausted from carrying emotional ghosts that no longer belong to the present moment. Many people do not realize how much energy it takes to keep reliving old identities inside the mind. They introduce themselves to the present through old wounds. I'm the one who always ruins things. I'm the one who got abandoned. I'm the insecure one. I'm the failure. I'm the person who never got it together. The nervous system absorbs these identities deeply, and eventually the body begins organizing itself around emotional history instead of present reality. The Stoics understood that attachment to identity creates suffering. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that human beings are always changing, always evolving, always moving. He refused to let past moments permanently define his inner state. But wounded nervous systems often become emotionally attached to past versions of the self because pain leaves strong identity imprints, especially unresolved pain. Some people continue emotionally living inside old humiliations years after they happened. Others still carry childhood insecurities into adult life. Some still define themselves by relationships that ended long ago. The body becomes emotionally trapped in outdated self-perceptions. And because the nervous system believes identity equals safety, it resists releasing those old versions, even when they are painful. This is why healing sometimes feels strangely uncomfortable. Growth requires the nervous system to let go of identities it became emotionally familiar with. Even painful identities can feel psychologically safe simply because they are known. The version of yourself that struggled, the version that feared rejection, the version constantly trying to prove worth. The nervous system learns those identities deeply, and over time, carrying them becomes exhausting, because every moment in the present becomes filtered through old emotional wounds. A new opportunity becomes fear of repeating past failure. A healthy relationship becomes fear based on past betrayal. A peaceful moment becomes interrupted by old shame. The body keeps emotionally dragging history into situations that no longer require it. This creates constant nervous system tension. Because the mind never fully arrives in the present, part of it keeps protecting old pain. The Stoics believed peace requires separating yourself from temporary emotional states and external experiences. Epictetus taught that no event permanently defines your essence unless you continue attaching yourself to it internally. But many people unconsciously build entire identities around survival experiences. They become attached to being the misunderstood one, the anxious one, the traumatized one, the rejected one. Not because they enjoy suffering, but because the nervous system fears existing without familiar emotional patterns. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that carrying old identities often prevents people from seeing who they are becoming now. The body remains emotionally loyal to outdated pain. Some people continue punishing themselves for mistakes made years ago. Others still speak internally to themselves through the voice of old criticism. The nervous system keeps replaying identities that no longer reflect reality. And eventually, exhaustion appears. Because carrying old emotional versions of yourself requires constant psychological energy. The body stays emotionally heavy, trying to protect wounds from the past. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes something deeply freeing. You are not required to remain emotionally identical to your worst moments. You are allowed to outgrow old pain. Allowed to change, allowed to soften, allowed to become someone your past nervous system could not yet imagine. This does not mean denying history. The Stoics never taught denial. It means refusing to live permanently imprisoned by identities created during pain. The body begins healing when it stops introducing itself to life through old suffering constantly, and slowly, nervous system tension begins loosening. The mind stops replaying outdated self-images as intensely. Shame softens, fear softens. The body becomes lighter because it is no longer carrying every previous version of itself everywhere it goes. The Stoics believed human beings are not fixed creatures. Inner freedom comes through understanding that growth is always possible when the mind stops clinging to emotional attachment. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of nervous system healing. Letting old identities rest, not fighting them, not hating them, simply understanding they were temporary versions of you, trying to survive with the awareness they had at the time, because the body becomes exhausted when it keeps emotionally dragging the past into every new moment. But peace begins when the nervous system finally understands. You do not have to remain loyal to identities created during your pain. You are allowed to become someone softer, calmer, wiser, and freer than the person your wounds once forced you to be. And even after the nervous system begins releasing old identities, something strange still happens sometimes. The body reacts before the mind even understands why. A sudden tension in the chest, a wave of anxiety during a harmless conversation, tightness in the stomach, an unexpected emotional shutdown, irritation that appears instantly. The conscious mind pauses and asks, "Why am I reacting like this?" But the nervous system already responded long before logic arrived. This is the hidden intelligence of subconscious stress patterns. The body remembers emotional danger faster than the conscious mind can explain it. Human beings often assume thoughts create all emotions consciously, but much of the nervous system operates beneath awareness. The body constantly scans tone, energy, facial expressions, environments, memories, and emotional similarities without needing conscious permission. And when something reminds the nervous system of past emotional danger, the body reacts automatically, before the mind fully understands. This is why certain situations create instant emotional responses that seem confusing or disproportionate. A tone of voice triggers anxiety. A specific silence triggers fear. A certain personality triggers defensiveness. The body reacts because subconscious stress patterns were formed long ago. The Stoics understood the importance of observing emotional reactions carefully instead of blindly becoming controlled by them. Marcus Aurelius practiced noticing internal responses before immediately identifying with them. He understood that emotional reactions often arise automatically before wisdom has time to respond, and modern nervous systems experience this constantly. The body recognizes patterns quickly because survival depends on speed. Long before the conscious mind fully processes a situation, the nervous system already asks, "Is this safe? Does this resemble past pain? Should I prepare for emotional danger?" And the body reacts accordingly. This is not weakness. It is biological protection. Some people become frustrated with themselves because they cannot logically explain their emotional reactions immediately. They say things like, "I know this shouldn't bother me. I don't understand why I feel this way. I know the danger isn't real." But subconscious nervous system patterns do not always respond instantly to logic. The body responds to emotional memory, familiarity, and past conditioning. A person who experienced criticism repeatedly may tense up automatically around authority figures. Someone who experienced abandonment may react strongly to emotional distance. Someone raised around unpredictability may feel anxious during silence because the nervous system learned silence often came before emotional pain. The body learned patterns, and subconscious stress patterns operate automatically until they are understood consciously. This is why healing requires patience. The nervous system is not a machine that instantly changes through intellectual understanding alone. The body needs repeated experiences of safety before old subconscious reactions begin softening. The Stoics believed emotional wisdom comes through awareness. Epictetus taught that the first emotional reaction is often automatic, but how a person responds afterward shapes inner peace. This distinction matters deeply, because many people shame themselves for their nervous system responses instead of becoming curious about them. But the body is not trying to sabotage you. It is trying to protect you using old emotional information, even when the protection is outdated. This is why subconscious stress patterns can feel so confusing. The conscious mind lives in the present, but the nervous system sometimes reacts from the past. And when unresolved emotional experiences remain stored deeply, the body becomes hyper-efficient at detecting anything that resembles previous pain. Sometimes this protection becomes exhausting. The nervous system overreacts, over-prepares, over-defends. The body stays tense during harmless situations because subconscious memory still expects danger. And over time, people become emotionally tired from reacting to invisible stress patterns they do not fully understand yet. Some even begin distrusting themselves because the reactions feel irrational. But healing begins the moment the nervous system is met with compassion instead of shame. Noticing the reaction gently, slowing down, breathing, allowing the body to feel without immediately attacking yourself for it. This creates safety internally. The nervous system slowly learns. Not every familiar feeling means current danger. Not every emotional reaction requires panic. Not every subconscious trigger reflects present reality. And little by little, the body begins softening its automatic defenses. The Stoics believed peace requires separating external reality from internal interpretation. A wise mind learns how to pause between reaction and response. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of nervous system healing. Learning how to listen to your body without becoming controlled by every automatic response it produces. Because the nervous system is intelligent, but it is also shaped by history. And sometimes the body reacts before the mind understands, simply because it learned survival long before it learned peace. But healing begins the moment the nervous system finally realizes you are no longer trapped inside every emotional pattern your body once needed to survive. You can feel the reaction without letting the past completely control the present anymore. And once the nervous system becomes highly sensitive to emotional patterns, many people unconsciously develop another exhausting survival habit. They start trying to predict everyone else's reactions before anything even happens. Before speaking, they rehearse possible responses. Before setting boundaries, they imagine disappointment. Before expressing emotions, they anticipate rejection. Before sending a message, they mentally prepare for silence, judgment, or misunderstanding. The nervous system becomes trapped in constant social forecasting, and over time, this creates deep emotional burnout. Because the body never fully relaxes around people anymore. It stays alert, watching, monitoring, preparing, trying to emotionally survive interactions before they even unfold. This is social hypervigilance. A nervous system conditioned to constantly scan human behavior for signs of emotional danger. The Stoics understood that much of human suffering comes from mentally living ahead of reality instead of inside it. Marcus Aurelius often reminded himself not to emotionally surrender peace to imagined future scenarios. But socially hypervigilant nervous systems struggle deeply with this. The mind becomes obsessed with prediction because prediction feels emotionally protective. If I can anticipate their reaction, maybe I can avoid pain. So the nervous system starts analyzing everything: facial expressions, text timing, tone changes, body language, silence, energy shifts. The body becomes emotionally overworked, trying to detect possible rejection, criticism, tension, or abandonment before it happens. This often develops in people who grew up around emotional unpredictability. If reactions were inconsistent, explosive, manipulative, or emotionally unsafe, the nervous system learned to monitor people carefully for protection. Children in emotionally unstable environments quickly become experts at reading moods because their emotional safety depends on it. And later in life, this pattern continues automatically. Even around safe people, the body no longer knows how to stop scanning. This creates enormous nervous system exhaustion, because predicting other people's reactions requires constant emotional calculation. The mind rarely rests. What if they get upset? What if I disappoint them? What if I say the wrong thing? What if they misunderstand me? And eventually, ordinary social interaction begins feeling emotionally heavy. Some people become so focused on managing others' reactions that they lose connection with their own emotions entirely. Their attention stays outward constantly, monitoring, adjusting, preventing conflict, trying to keep everyone emotionally stable. But the nervous system quietly collapses underneath the pressure of carrying so much emotional responsibility. The body remains tense even during simple conversations because social interactions stopped feeling emotionally safe. Everything feels loaded with possible consequences. This is why socially hypervigilant people often feel drained after spending time around others, even when nothing objectively bad happened. The nervous system spent the entire interaction preparing for emotional threat silently. And the exhausting part is that most of these imagined reactions never even happen. But the body still experiences real stress while anticipating them. The Stoics believed peace becomes possible when people stop trying to control things outside their power, including other people's emotions and judgments. Epictetus taught that emotional freedom requires accepting that other people will respond according to their own nature, not according to our endless mental preparation. This truth creates enormous nervous system relief, because socially hypervigilant people often carry impossible emotional responsibilities. Trying to prevent disappointment, prevent discomfort, prevent conflict, prevent misunderstanding. The body becomes emotionally overburdened trying to manage outcomes it can never fully control, and eventually burnout appears. Emotional fatigue, social exhaustion, overthinking, anxiety, numbness. The nervous system becomes tired from constantly living in emotional anticipation around human interaction. Some people even begin avoiding honesty completely because they fear reactions too much. They stay silent, suppress needs, avoid difficult conversations, not because they lack courage, but because their nervous system associates social tension with emotional danger. Healing begins when the body slowly learns something deeply important. You are not responsible for controlling everyone's emotional reactions. You are responsible for honesty, respect, and integrity. But other people's responses belong to them. This realization softens enormous nervous system pressure. The body stops emotionally rehearsing every possible outcome so aggressively. Conversations feel less threatening. Boundaries feel less dangerous. The mind becomes quieter because it no longer treats every interaction like emotional survival. The Stoics understood that peace comes from focusing on your own actions rather than emotionally trying to manage the unpredictable emotions of everyone around you. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of emotional healing. Learning how to enter conversations without carrying the impossible burden of controlling every possible reaction beforehand. Because social hypervigilance slowly drains the nervous system of life itself. It steals spontaneity, steals authenticity, steals rest. But healing begins the moment the body finally understands. You do not need to emotionally prepare for every possible response in order to deserve connection. You are allowed to exist honestly without carrying the full emotional weight of how everyone else may react to your humanity. And after years of constantly predicting other people's reactions, many nervous systems become deeply exhausted for one painful reason. They spent too much of life around emotionally unstable people. People whose moods changed suddenly, whose love felt inconsistent, whose reactions felt unpredictable, whose presence forced the body to stay alert all the time. And slowly, the nervous system adapted to emotional unpredictability as if it were normal life. But emotional instability leaves deep, invisible marks on the body. Because human beings cannot fully relax where emotional safety constantly shifts. The nervous system never knows what version of the other person it will meet. Calm one moment, cold the next. Affectionate one day, distant the next. Supportive sometimes, explosive without warning. And over time, the body learns to stay prepared constantly. This is silent trauma. Not always dramatic, not always obvious, but deeply exhausting. The Stoics understood that the environment surrounding the mind shapes inner peace profoundly. Marcus Aurelius often warned against allowing chaotic people to disturb the inner world unnecessarily. But many nervous systems never had the choice to avoid emotional instability early in life. Some grew up around unpredictable parents. Others experienced emotionally volatile relationships. Some lived around constant criticism, tension, manipulation, or emotional inconsistency for years, and the body adapted the only way it knew how. Hypervigilance. The nervous system became emotionally alert at all times, watching tone changes, watching energy shifts, watching facial expressions, listening carefully for tension, preparing emotionally before conflict even arrived. Because unpredictability trains the body to expect emotional danger suddenly. This creates chronic nervous system exhaustion. Some people become so accustomed to unstable environments that calmness later feels emotionally suspicious. A peaceful relationship feels too quiet. Consistency feels unfamiliar. Gentleness feels difficult to trust. Because the nervous system learned that safety could disappear without warning. And once the body learns unpredictability deeply, it stops fully relaxing, even during peaceful moments. This affects the nervous system more deeply than many people realize. Sleep becomes lighter. Thoughts become defensive. The body stays partially tense. Emotional reactions become heightened. The nervous system keeps waiting for disruption because disruption became emotionally familiar. This is why people raised around instability often struggle relaxing around others fully. The body never learned what consistent emotional safety feels like. The Stoics believed peace requires emotional steadiness internally and externally. But unstable environments constantly disturb nervous system balance because unpredictability prevents the body from entering full restoration. The mind stays alert, always preparing, always anticipating, and eventually the nervous system becomes tired in ways difficult to explain. Some people feel exhausted after simply spending time around emotionally unpredictable individuals, not because they are weak, but because the body remains activated constantly around instability. The nervous system spends enormous energy trying to emotionally survive uncertain environments. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people minimize this kind of suffering because no visible wounds exist. But emotional unpredictability deeply affects the body. The nervous system remembers environments where peace never felt secure. Some people even become emotionally addicted to unstable relationships later in life because chaos became familiar. The body unconsciously gravitates toward emotional patterns it learned early, even painful ones. This is why healing sometimes feels strange at first. Calmness feels unfamiliar. Consistency feels emotionally boring. The nervous system keeps waiting for conflict because peace still feels temporary internally. Healing begins when the body experiences repeated emotional safety long enough to trust it. Not perfect people, not perfect relationships, but predictable emotional steadiness, honest communication, calm responses, consistent care. The nervous system slowly learns. Not every silence means danger. Not every disagreement leads to emotional destruction. Not every mood shift threatens safety. And little by little, the body softens. Breathing deepens. The chest relaxes. Thoughts become less defensive. Because the nervous system is no longer preparing for emotional impact every second. The Stoics understood that peace is not weakness. A stable inner world allows human beings to think clearly, love honestly, and live fully without constant emotional defense. And perhaps this is why unstable people silently exhaust the nervous system so deeply. The body never receives permission to fully rest around unpredictability. But healing begins the moment the nervous system finally experiences something it may have missed for years. Consistency. The quiet safety of knowing the emotional ground beneath you will not suddenly collapse without warning. Because eventually, the body becomes tired of surviving emotional chaos. And peace begins when the nervous system finally learns that calmness is no longer temporary. It is finally allowed to stay. And after spending years around emotional instability, many people begin carrying another invisible weight deep inside the nervous system. Guilt. Not healthy responsibility, not honest reflection, but heavy, unresolved self-judgment that quietly follows them through life like a shadow. And over time, this emotional weight drains more energy from the body than physical labor ever could. Because guilt keeps the nervous system emotionally trapped in the past, the body continues replaying mistakes, failures, regrets, and moments it wishes had happened differently. Even while life moves forward externally, part of the mind stays emotionally frozen inside old self-judgment, and the nervous system never fully rests. Some people wake up already carrying guilt before the day even begins. Guilt for things they said, things they failed to do, people they hurt, opportunities they missed, versions of themselves they are ashamed of. The body carries these emotional burdens constantly, often without realizing how deeply they affect physical energy. The Stoics understood the importance of accountability, but they also understood the danger of endless self-punishment. Marcus Aurelius believed mistakes should become lessons, not permanent prisons for the mind. But guilty nervous systems rarely know how to stop punishing themselves. The mind keeps returning to old moments repeatedly. You should have done better. You ruined everything. You failed. You don't deserve peace after that. And slowly, guilt transforms into chronic emotional heaviness. The nervous system becomes exhausted because self-judgment never fully turns off. This is why guilt drains energy differently than hard work. Hard work tires the body temporarily, but unresolved guilt creates continuous psychological pressure. The nervous system keeps carrying emotional resistance internally every hour of the day. Some people function normally externally while secretly living with constant inner accusation. They smile, work, talk, keep moving. But internally, part of the mind remains emotionally at war with itself, and the body absorbs all of it. Guilt often becomes especially heavy for sensitive or self-aware people because they replay moral failures intensely. They hold themselves responsible for pain long after others have moved on. The nervous system keeps trying to emotionally repair the past through self-punishment. But punishment does not heal guilt. It only prolongs suffering. The Stoics believed human beings are imperfect by nature. Epictetus taught that wisdom comes from learning, correcting course, and growing, not endlessly emotionally destroying yourself for being human. But many nervous systems struggle deeply with this, especially people raised around shame, criticism, or conditional love. Some learned early that mistakes threatened acceptance, so the body developed intense self-judgment as protection. If I criticize myself first, maybe I can avoid rejection from others. And eventually the nervous system becomes trapped inside chronic internal guilt. This affects the body physically too. Sleep becomes disturbed, thoughts become heavy, the chest feels tight. Emotional exhaustion grows, because the nervous system is constantly carrying unresolved emotional weight. And perhaps one of the saddest parts is that guilty people often deny themselves peace unconsciously. They struggle relaxing, struggle receiving love, struggle forgiving themselves. Part of the nervous system believes suffering must continue in order to pay for the past emotionally. But endless self-punishment never changes history. It only damages the present. The Stoics understood something deeply healing. A mistake is an event, not an eternal identity. Human beings grow through awareness, correction, and compassion, not permanent self-condemnation. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly separates guilt from identity. You may have made mistakes. You may have caused pain. You may regret parts of your past deeply. But that does not mean your nervous system deserves lifelong punishment. This realization creates enormous emotional relief, because guilty people often carry impossible expectations internally. They demand flawless humanity from themselves while denying their own complexity, growth, and pain. But no human being survives life without mistakes. The body heals when accountability becomes balanced with compassion, not avoidance, not denial. Honest reflection followed by release. The nervous system begins softening when the mind stops reopening emotional wounds endlessly, trying to relive the past differently. And little by little, the body becomes lighter, breathing deepens, sleep improves, thoughts stop attacking the self constantly. Because unresolved guilt drains energy by forcing the nervous system to carry emotional weight that no longer serves healing. The Stoics believed peace comes from living wisely now, not endlessly emotionally chaining yourself to old suffering. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of nervous system freedom, realizing that growth does not require lifelong self-hatred. You are allowed to learn, allowed to regret, allowed to change, and still allowed to deserve peace afterward. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from carrying old self-judgment everywhere it goes. And healing begins the moment the nervous system finally understands. You do not need to keep emotionally punishing yourself forever in order to prove you cared about the past. And after carrying guilt for so long, many people slowly develop another exhausting belief deep inside the nervous system. They begin feeling responsible for everyone else's happiness, not just their own peace, everyone's, the happiness of family, friends, partners, co-workers, even strangers sometimes. The body starts believing that keeping other people emotionally okay is its responsibility to manage constantly. And over time, this emotional over-responsibility creates profound nervous system fatigue. Because no human being can carry the emotional well-being of multiple people without eventually collapsing internally. Yet many people try. They monitor moods carefully, avoid conflict constantly, suppress honest feelings, overextend themselves emotionally, sacrifice rest, sacrifice boundaries, sacrifice their own nervous system stability, trying to keep everyone around them emotionally comfortable. And slowly, the body becomes exhausted from carrying emotional weight that was never fully theirs to hold. The Stoics understood something deeply important. Every human being is responsible for their own inner world. Marcus Aurelius practiced compassion without emotional self-destruction. He understood that you can care about others deeply without making yourself responsible for controlling their emotional state. But emotionally over-responsible nervous systems struggle to believe this, because somewhere earlier in life, emotional safety became connected to managing other people's emotions. Maybe a parent's mood controlled the household. Maybe conflict felt dangerous. Maybe love felt unstable unless everyone stayed emotionally calm. So the nervous system adapted by becoming hyper-attentive to the emotional needs of others. The body learned, if everyone else is okay, maybe I'll finally feel safe too. And from that moment forward, the nervous system became emotionally overworked. Some people spend their entire life trying to prevent disappointment in others, trying to prevent sadness, trying to prevent anger, trying to prevent emotional discomfort. The mind constantly asks, how are they feeling? Did I upset them? What can I do to make things better? The body stays emotionally alert all the time because it believes peace depends on maintaining everyone else's emotional stability. This creates enormous nervous system strain because human emotions are unpredictable. People will still feel hurt sometimes, disappointed sometimes, frustrated sometimes, no matter how carefully you try managing everything, and emotionally over-responsible people slowly destroy themselves trying to prevent natural human emotion from existing around them. The nervous system never rests. It keeps scanning, fixing, adjusting, carrying, and eventually exhaustion appears. Some people become so focused on other people's happiness that they completely lose connection with their own emotional needs. They know how everyone else feels, but barely know how they themselves feel anymore, because the nervous system stayed outward focused for survival too long. This often creates hidden resentment too, not because they do not love people, but because constantly carrying everyone emotionally becomes unbearably heavy. The body quietly begins feeling depleted, invisible, emotionally unsupported. But many emotionally over-responsible people struggle asking for help because they unconsciously believe their role is to support, not receive support. The Stoics believed inner peace requires understanding where responsibility ends. Epictetus taught that suffering increases when people try controlling things outside their true power. And another person's emotional life is never fully yours to control. This realization creates enormous nervous system relief. You can love people deeply without emotionally carrying them completely. You can support people without abandoning yourself. You can care without sacrificing your nervous system endlessly. But emotionally over-responsible people often fear this truth at first, because the body associates letting go with selfishness. The nervous system fears, if I stop carrying everyone emotionally, everything will fall apart. But eventually the body becomes too tired to continue surviving that way, too tired of constantly fixing, constantly monitoring, constantly preventing emotional discomfort. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly understands something deeply freeing. Other people's happiness is not entirely your burden to carry. You are responsible for kindness, honesty, presence, compassion, but not for emotionally rescuing everyone from every uncomfortable feeling they experience. This changes the body profoundly. Breathing softens. The chest feels lighter. The mind stops emotionally supervising everyone constantly, because the nervous system no longer believes its survival depends on making everybody else emotionally okay all the time. The Stoics understood that peace requires emotional boundaries, not emotional coldness, but clarity. The clarity to know where your responsibility ends and another person's journey begins. And perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of nervous system healing. Realizing you are allowed to exist without constantly emotionally carrying the entire room. Allowed to rest without fixing everyone first. Allowed to stop sacrificing your own peace trying to maintain everyone else's. Because eventually, the body becomes exhausted from protecting people from emotions they were always meant to learn how to carry themselves. And healing begins the moment the nervous system finally understands. You were never meant to save everyone emotionally in order to deserve peace yourself. And after spending years carrying everyone else emotionally, many people slowly begin carrying another painful burden underneath everything they do. The feeling that they are never enough, not successful enough, not attractive enough, not productive enough, not healed enough, not intelligent enough, not lovable enough. And no matter how hard they work, improve, achieve, or sacrifice, the nervous system still whispers quietly, you still need to become more before you deserve peace. This is the psychological damage of chronic inadequacy. The body begins living under constant internal pressure because self-worth always feels slightly out of reach. And eventually, the nervous system becomes exhausted from endlessly chasing a version of enough that never fully arrives. Many people do not realize how deeply this belief shapes their entire life. They push themselves constantly, overwork, overthink, overgive, overachieve, not because they are simply ambitious, but because part of the nervous system is desperately trying to escape feelings of inadequacy internally. The Stoics understood that peace becomes impossible when self-worth depends entirely on external measurement. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself repeatedly that human value comes from inner character, not endless comparison or achievement. But inadequate nervous systems struggle to feel this emotionally, because somewhere earlier in life, worth became conditional. Maybe praise only came through achievement. Maybe mistakes were criticized harshly. Maybe love felt inconsistent. Maybe comparison was constant. So the nervous system adapted by turning life into a never-ending attempt to finally become good enough. And from that moment forward, inner peace became attached to performance. The body learned, if I improve enough, maybe I'll finally feel safe inside myself. But chronic inadequacy creates a cruel psychological trap. No achievement lasts emotionally long enough. Success creates temporary relief. Then pressure returns. The mind immediately searches for the next flaw, the next weakness, the next area that still feels insufficient. The nervous system becomes trapped inside endless self-evaluation, and eventually emotional exhaustion appears, because living with chronic inadequacy means the body never fully relaxes into its own existence. Some people cannot even enjoy compliments because the nervous system rejects positive feedback automatically. They don't really mean it. They just don't see the real me. I still need to improve more. The body becomes emotionally addicted to self-pressure. And perhaps the saddest part is that many highly functioning people secretly feel the most inadequate internally. Because external success often hides deep nervous system insecurity. The person keeps chasing achievement, hoping it will finally create internal worthiness. But inadequacy is not solved through endless accomplishment. It is solved through nervous system healing. The Stoics believed human beings suffer deeply when they tie identity to unstable external things. Status changes, success changes, appearance changes, public approval changes, but nervous systems rooted in chronic inadequacy constantly search outside themselves for proof of value. And because external reassurance never permanently removes inner insecurity, the pressure never fully stops. This creates enormous emotional fatigue. The mind keeps saying, "You should be further ahead. You are falling behind. You are still not enough." And the body quietly absorbs this constant psychological attack every day. Some people become so disconnected from self-compassion that they only know how to motivate themselves through criticism. The nervous system lives under permanent internal pressure. Even rest feels undeserved. Even peace feels conditional, because part of the body still believes you must earn your worth first. Healing begins when the nervous system slowly realizes something deeply transformative. Worth is not a finish line. You do not become valuable only after perfecting yourself. You do not become deserving only after eliminating every flaw. Human beings are imperfect by nature. The Stoics understood this clearly. They focused on growth, integrity, and wisdom, not endless self-rejection. And slowly the nervous system begins softening when it no longer treats imperfection like proof of unworthiness. The body starts resting more deeply. Thoughts become less aggressive. The chest feels lighter because the mind stops constantly emotionally grading itself against impossible standards. This does not mean abandoning growth. It means ending the war against yourself, because growth driven by self-hatred eventually destroys peace completely. But growth rooted in self-respect creates stability, and perhaps this is one of the deepest forms of healing. The moment the nervous system finally understands, you were never meant to spend your entire life proving your right to exist peacefully. You are allowed to be unfinished and still worthy, allowed to grow and still deserve love, allowed to be imperfect and still enough. Because eventually the body becomes exhausted from trying to outrun feelings of inadequacy that no amount of external success was ever designed to heal. And after years of feeling not enough, many people unconsciously begin filling every empty space in life with stimulation. Noise, work, scrolling, entertainment, conversation, movement, distraction, anything to avoid stillness. Because stillness forces the nervous system to encounter what constant stimulation has been helping it escape. The exhaustion, the sadness, the anxiety, the pressure, the unresolved emotional noise underneath daily life. And over time, the body loses its relationship with quietness completely. This is the nervous system consequence of living without stillness. The body becomes emotionally fragile because it never fully recovers from constant stimulation. Human nervous systems were never designed to absorb non-stop input every waking hour. The brain needs silence, slowness, space, moments where attention is not constantly pulled outward. But modern life rarely allows this. The mind jumps from one stimulus to another endlessly. Phone notifications, videos, music, news, conversations, tasks, pressure. The nervous system stays activated all day long. And eventually, emotional resilience begins weakening. Because resilience is not built through non-stop stimulation, it is built through recovery. The Stoics understood the importance of inner stillness deeply. Marcus Aurelius often withdrew inwardly from external noise because he knew a constantly disturbed mind loses clarity, emotional balance, and strength. But overstimulated nervous systems rarely experience true internal silence anymore. Even moments of rest become filled with mental consumption. The body never fully settles. And slowly, the nervous system forgets how to regulate itself naturally. Some people cannot sit quietly for even a few minutes without instinctively reaching for distraction. Not because they are lazy, not because they lack discipline, but because the body became emotionally uncomfortable with stillness itself. Stillness now feels unfamiliar. And unfamiliarity creates anxiety in overstimulated nervous systems. This is why many people feel strangely restless during peaceful moments. The silence feels emotionally loud. Thoughts rush in. Emotions rise. The nervous system suddenly notices everything stimulation had been covering up, and instead of experiencing stillness as restoration, the body experiences it as discomfort. So the cycle continues. More noise, more scrolling, more mental activity, more emotional distraction. But constant stimulation weakens emotional resilience slowly over time. The nervous system becomes less capable of handling discomfort calmly because it rarely practices emotional stillness anymore. Patience decreases, attention fragments, emotional reactions intensify. The body becomes more reactive because it never fully decompresses. This is why overstimulated people often feel emotionally drained even during ordinary days. The nervous system never receives enough recovery space. The body remains mentally on constantly, and eventually exhaustion becomes chronic. The Stoics believed strength comes through inner steadiness, not endless external consumption. Epictetus taught that people lose peace when their attention becomes permanently controlled by external disturbances, and modern nervous systems live inside near constant disturbance. The body absorbs thousands of small interruptions daily. Every alert, every opinion, every distraction, every emotional stimulus. The nervous system rarely experiences uninterrupted calm long enough to rebuild resilience fully. And perhaps the saddest part is that many people no longer know who they are without stimulation surrounding them constantly. Silence feels empty because the nervous system forgot how to feel emotionally safe without noise. But stillness is not emptiness. Stillness is recovery. It is where the nervous system finally stops defending itself long enough to heal. Healing begins when the body slowly relearns how to exist without constant stimulation, not extreme isolation, not abandoning modern life, but creating moments where the nervous system can breathe without interruption. A quiet walk, a slow morning, a silent meal, a few minutes without reaching for distraction. At first, this feels uncomfortable for overstimulated minds. Restlessness rises. Thoughts become louder. The nervous system craves stimulation again, but slowly, something begins changing. Breathing deepens. Thoughts soften. The body unclenches. Emotional resilience begins returning because the nervous system finally experiences recovery instead of non-stop activation. The Stoics understood that wisdom grows in stillness because stillness allows the mind to reconnect with itself clearly again. And perhaps this is why modern nervous systems feel so emotionally fragile sometimes, not because people are weak, but because the body has been overstimulated for too long without enough silence to recover. Because emotional resilience is not built through endless noise. It is built when the nervous system finally remembers how to rest without needing constant distraction to survive its own thoughts. And healing begins the moment the body realizes. Stillness is not something to fear. Stillness is where peace finally has room to return. And now, as this journey slowly comes to an end, notice something important. Your nervous system was never broken. It was overloaded, overworked, over-alert, carrying years of tension, pressure, emotional survival, silent fear, overthinking, guilt, emotional masking, and invisible stress. The body was never meant to hold forever. Tonight was never about becoming someone new. It was about returning to the part of yourself that existed before the world taught your nervous system to stay afraid all the time. The Stoics understood something most people forget in modern life. Peace is not found by controlling everything around you. Peace begins the moment the mind stops fighting itself. The moment the body no longer treats every thought, every memory, every future possibility, and every emotion like a threat to survive. And maybe for the first time in a very long time, your body can finally begin unclenching, not because life became perfect, but because your nervous system no longer has to carry the entire world alone. If even one part of this meditation spoke to something deep inside you, leave a comment below with the words, "I choose peace." Sometimes healing begins the moment you finally admit your nervous system deserves rest too. And if this journey helped calm your mind tonight, subscribe to the channel. There are many more Stoic teachings waiting to help you release the weight you were never meant to carry alone.